Good evening, and here we are. Welcome to MSNBC's special coverage of this first major election of Donald Trump's second term. I'm Ari Melber.
And I'm Jen Psaki, and we have a lot we're going to get to tonight. It's been a long wait, probably, since you heard this election music. Do you remember this election music? You're going to hear a lot of it tonight. And we're going to have a lot of results that we're going to be getting to tonight, a lot that we're going to be previewing for you before the polls close. We have lots to get to. Rachel Maddow will be here starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. And right now, voters are still casting ballots. You can see them on your screen right now in races in Virginia, New Jersey, and New York City, and of course in California, too. Lots of things happening across the country. Zohran Mamdani, a state assemblyman who most people had never heard of just 1 year ago. I kind of remember having to figure out how to pronounce his name a year ago or 8 months ago, and here we are. He's poised to become the next mayor of the biggest city in the country if he wins tonight after running an innovative campaign relentlessly focused on affordability. I know you tried to get him sort of off the topic last night, and you weren't able to.
And he did not go off, no.
Exactly. In Virginia, a state that has felt the brunt of the government shutdown, we are at a record number of days at this point, more than most states. Democrat Abigail Spanberger is facing Republican Winsome Earl Sears, a candidate who spent a lot of her time trying to rerun Trump's anti-trans culture war play, and yet he never even endorsed her. So there's that. We'll talk about that, too. And in New Jersey, Democrat Mikie Sherrill in a very tight race with Republican Jack Ciattarelli in a state Trump only lost by 6 points just last year. Out in California, Gavin Newsom is looking to run up the score on Prop 50, a redistricting measure that would allow California to redraw their maps after Trump pressured Texas to redraw theirs. And the outcome there could also put pressure on other 2028 hopefuls. We're already seeing an impact of some of this to wade into the redistricting fight. So yes, there are state and local races, but they will have lots of big national ramifications.
Elections matter, and they matter to you.
If it's going to be between a bad Democrat and a communist, I'm going to pick the bad Democrat all the time.
If you are tired of rent hikes, tired of waiting for buses that never come, then this is the campaign for you.
This election is not about Democrat, Republican. It's about saving the city.
New Jersey, I am not playing.
The whole campaign is based on a stack of lies.
We are not leaving anything on the field.
We need a governor who will stand up against the chaos.
At the end of the day, it's about the future of our country. They poked the bear, and we have woken up.
California bear there, waking up. As Jen just walked us through, there is a lot to choose from in how people will interpret tonight. Here's what we know starting out. Off-year elections typically break against incumbents. So Trump and the Republicans do face that dynamic. There's also the fact that Donald Trump's approval has now dropped to a new low of 37%. Now, that's unusually bad for this early in any president's second term because he's still roughly near a honeymoon of re-election. But for Trump, his disapproval rating is now worse than the defections he faced after January 6th, when some Republicans were singing a different tune. That sag for Trump comes amid these huge, undeniable indicators of opposition. Millions at the No King rallies, which reflect broad concerns over power grabs, not just standard debates over policy. But that's one indicator. Tonight marks the first voting indicator since Trump's election and what is now an unusually long government shutdown with impacts from health care to food scarcity. Remember, a year ago, there we were, Donald Trump capping a campaign where he ran, among many other things, on hammering inflation and saying he would lower prices. A year later, he has not really been governing that way. Republicans are also on defense going into today's voting with that 1% themed Trump Great Gatsby party, a very visible let them eat cake moment for this let them eat crypto attitude in our MAGA era. Jen and I want to now bring in Michelle Norris, MSNBC senior contributing editor. If you look at the national baseline, and we don't know how that'll register tonight, I'll give you one chart, which is people who say they support the MAGA movement right now, and Rachel's talking about it this week, are at about 30% of the country. Far higher number, 43%, see themselves as part of the No Kings protests. Where do you think those dynamics fit in tonight?
I think the momentum is behind those who are part of that No Kings camp. I just want to make one note about Great Gatsby? For every high school student who has to read that before they graduate, we all remember it didn't end well. So, you know, maybe he should have thought about that.
No spoilers, but
yes.
there.
But, you know, the enthusiasm of the No Kings rally just a few weeks before the election, I think, brings a lot of momentum and a lot of energy into this election. These are local races, but they're all national in some respect. And I think that we're looking at this in a different way, and we also should just take a step back and remember that we're talking about an election day in a democracy when these kinds of things are not promised to us in the future. You know, we have a president who is already talking about a third term, you know, breaking the Constitution. We have someone in office who, if he can't win clean, he won't play fair. And he's shown that over and over and over again. And so on Election Day, I think there's a different kind of enthusiasm that people are bringing to the voting booth, you know, understanding that they're not just casting a vote for an individual, they're casting a vote for the institution, for the Constitution, for the rule of law in this country.
It's so interesting to hear you say that. Some of the campaigns I've talked to have talked a lot about how the margins are important here, and they don't want people to think, oh, Abigail Spanberger was going to run away with it because she's ahead in the polls, or Prop 50, they're going to run away with it. That feels important to sending this democracy message. But there's also the flip side of that is what Trump is doing behind the scenes with sending these election monitors out to California and New Jersey. He posted this morning about fraud and mail-in ballots. Part of this is watching the enthusiasm of tonight, but it's also about keeping our eyes wide open. What are you watching in that regard? It all feels like a dry run for next year.
Well, it is a dry run in many ways because we're, you know, he's already trying to sow discord. And he doesn't want people to trust the results of this election because he understands what they're going to mean for him. So when people are talking about the margins, part of this is the hope that the Democrats hope that the margins are strong so that their candidates will have a strong victory, but also strong enough to repel some of the questions that they know that they're going to have. And that, you know, that's a different kind of politics where you don't just have to win, but you have to win by really large margins to try to fight back the pushback that you know you're going to get from him. And on the election monitors, you know, in some of these precincts, they're talking about sending monitors to monitor the monitors, you know, to make sure that, you know, how are they showing up? What are they wearing? Are they there to monitor or are they actually there to intimidate? And you can guess by some of the choices that they make. It's interesting that they're showing up in places that have a large number of Latino voters. That's not by accident. That's, you know, that clearly is meant to send a message for people who already are concerned about taking their kids to school, about going to work, or going to the polls might carry some measure of peril as well. And so, but what you're also seeing is the enthusiasm that you saw around the No Kings rally. One of the interesting things about not just the big rallies, but when you see in places like Chicago, what you see in places like in Texas and some of these places where people are coming together to support other community members. And there is a sort of stickiness that's growing in communities that people are looking out for each other. And there are strange dividends that you get in a moment like this. That, you know, you're put under pressure. You have someone who is showing us maybe the worst of government in some ways, but sometimes that brings out the best of individuals. And so in places like Fresno, where they have the election monitors, you know, I know people there, I called people there, there are people who are actually monitoring the monitors and making sure that people have a ride, making sure that they're watching them when they go vote, sort of a secondary layer of support and monitoring the voters themselves individually so they have eyes on this, and then capturing all of that and recording it.
When you look at what 24 was for many people an economy election, but it doesn't mean a year later that the economy is fixed. Affordability is an issue in many of the places voting today. We're awaiting polls closing in about an hour, but on the screen people can already see some of these exits, which just give you a snapshot. But affordability is something that we've heard candidates actually in both parties talk about. The mayor's race has featured that, and I want to play a little bit of what Jen mentioned. We spoke to Mamdani, and then we also heard just recently from Hakeem Jeffries about how Mamdani has split even Democrats about messaging. I want to play those together. Let's take a look. Something Democrats are right about.
That we have to take on an authoritarian administration in Washington, D.C.
Something Democrats have gotten wrong.
We need to bring back working people as the focus of our party.
Zohran has run a campaign that is relentlessly focused on the affordability crisis in New York City, and that, in fact, is a crisis that people all across the country are confronting. He's going to win tomorrow.
That was Jeffries just last night. And so one thing you have to look at is Are we witnessing something that the Democratic Party, if it works, is excited about, or does it work in New York and not elsewhere, and they don't want him to become the face of the party?
Oh, it's complicated because there are lessons the Democrats clearly should take from this young man, who is he 34 or 38?
34.
34. Previously has only managed a staff of 5.
And he was, when Donald Trump won the 2016 race, he was 25.
But impressive in so many ways in the way that he has run this campaign, in the way that he has made so many people feel seen and heard and valued. When he was talking about, watch that interview, when he was talking about working people, let's be honest, a lot of times when you're talking about working people, you're talking about white voters. We sort of leave that word out of it. When Mamdani is talking about reaching out to working people, he's actually talking about reaching out to all kinds of people. And that's not the language that we often hear Democrats talk about. On the other side, though, there are people who would like him to become the poster child for, maybe I shouldn't call this young man a child, but you know what I mean, the face of the Democratic Party.
Well, poster child's not the same as child. Inner child's not the same as child. We get you.
I can get it with a therapy session.
As sort of a millstone, right? Because he does bring complications, because he is a staunch critic of Israel. And that carries all kinds of complications because he is a democratic socialist. The word socialist makes some people kind of hinky. So
And he wants to tax and spend, which we went back and forth about. Democrats have spent, you tell me, decades trying to convince people they're not a tax and spend party. He very proudly says that's what he's going to do.
But he also has injected something that Democrats need, and that's enthusiasm and it's optimism. I mean, have you seen him on camera where he's not smiling? You know, he just brings this whoosh of optimism in every room that he enters. And that is one of the reasons that young people have responded to him in the way that they have. And in a party where so many of the party elders are up in their years, you know, someone who...
Such a nice way of saying old, Michelle.
I didn't say old. You said that.
All right, well, I'm saying what you said.
He brings a whoosh of youthful enthusiasm that I think probably reminds you of your old boss, Barack Obama.
Yeah, look, I think some of the lessons, and we'll see, of course, we haven't seen the results yet, but he seems to be headed toward a victory. He came from out of nowhere, really. People didn't know him, and he ran such a relentlessly focused campaign on affordability in a creative and innovative way. And he was anti-establishment. And I think that's one of the big lessons coming out of this, too. What I think is sort of the wrong question is whether he's the future of the Democratic Party or even whether Abigail Spanberger is the future of the Democratic Party. The truth is, if I were advising either of them, I would say stay in New York City and do not leave the 5 boroughs and be a mayor. Don't go campaign for other candidates. And for Abigail Spanberger, if she wins, be governor of Virginia. It's sort of the wrong question. The commonality that I think is interesting is the focus on affordability. And that's a shift from a year ago. But we'll be talking about all this.
And the discipline that they've showed in focusing on it.
Both of them. And actually Mikie Sherrill, too. Yeah.
Let's play a little bit of the voters as we're getting in new information. This is from multiple states, just a couple of seconds of voters today. Let's take a listen.
Was your vote more a vote for Spanberger or against Trump?
More against Trump.
Because of people suffering, losing healthcare benefits, losing SNAP.
I think a lot of people are starting to see that Trump is actually better for America nowadays.
I'm first generation, and honestly, like everything, it's just not right.
I'm hopeful for Zohran's campaign.
I love Como.
How do you feel about Prop 50?
I don't think it's good for our state.
I think we really have to fight back.
So what are you watching for as we get the answers there in anecdote turn into data tonight and results?
Well, it's hard to take, you know, because people were all over the place. The thing that I'm glad to see is voters. I just love to hear voters. You know, I love to see people. Election day is exciting for me. I mean, I have to admit, my parents weren't allowed to vote, you know, for much of their life and really a good part of mine. You know, we have to remember, I am older than the Voting Rights Act. And so, you know, election days mean something. And I love election day, and I love to see democracy used as a verb.
Appreciate that. Let's take that through the whole night, because I appreciate what you're saying, Michelle Norris. Our thanks helping us kick off the special coverage here. Jen and I are still with you. We're going to go live to Virginia and New Jersey. We're going to be back in 90 seconds.
If there's one thing history has taught us, it is
The most important office in a democracy is not president or even governor. It's the office of citizen.
Welcome back to our election coverage. I'm Ari Melber.
And I'm Jen Psaki, and we are closely watching two huge governor's races in New Jersey and Virginia. Our reporters are standing by. We're going to start with Vaughn Hilliard, who's in Highland Park, New Jersey. So Vaughn, you were in Middlesex County, which is a county, if I'm getting my stats right here, Harris won by about 8 points. Biden won by 22 points 4 years before. So this is kind of one of those counties, I think, Democrats are looking at to see if they can rebuild. Republicans may want to gain more. What are you seeing there today?
Right. I'm glad that you brought up those stats specifically here, because this is actually one of 3 counties where Donald Trump overperformed compared to Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican candidate here, who ran back in 2021. And that's important because back in 2021, the Republican candidate, who is now running again, he lost by just 3 percentage points. And so when you fast forward to last November and the fact that Trump outperformed Jack Ciattarelli here and in 2 other counties, that was just 3 of 21 counties. But it's notable because 2 of the counties, including this one, are the 2 biggest ones in New Jersey. So for everybody that is watching in the other 49 states about what could be taken away from this race, I think that this is representative. And I talked to 2 folks that walked out at the same time who were first hesitant to talk to me just a few minutes ago before telling me that they, in fact, voted for the Republican. And they said that back in 2020, they voted for Joe Biden. Both of them did. And I pressed them on why the shift. They said they voted for Donald Trump last November. And one woman, she told me that she's convinced now that Donald Trump, quote, gets things done. And the gentleman said that he felt like, including Mikie Sherrill, that there is just sort of this anti-Trump resentment, and that is too much of their platform. On the other hand, I think we should be very clear here. The Mikie Sherrill campaign feels good about their situation. They have a candidate with a strong bio. She is a former federal prosecutor at the U.S. Attorney's Office here in New Jersey. She is a former Navy pilot, helicopter pilot. And I talked to another woman, Dorothy Rose, who came out and told me she usually votes Republican. She voted for Donald Trump last November. What did she do this time around? She said that she voted for Mikie Sherrill because she's a military veteran. And the other reason that she gave was that she was watching Mikie Sherrill talk about what? Specifically, the price of groceries, and that she was going to work to address it here in New Jersey. And so there is a lot that we can take away from these anecdotes. We're looking at the polls closing in about 100 minutes from now. You can see folks are still trickling in. Some early indications, I'm told by sources within the Sherrill campaign, that based off of the early votes that have come in, and as well as the ballots that had been cast the first half of today, that they're seeing a 4 to 5 percentage points increase in terms of Democratic voters showing up so far in this election compared to last year when Kamala Harris lost, or I should say, won the state by about 6 percentage points. So based off of the early turns, they feel good. At the same time, as you noted, that rightward shift, just because somebody is a Democratic voter doesn't necessarily mean here in the state of New Jersey that they're voting Democrat here in the year of 2025.
Yeah, Vaughn Hilliard, I know they also feel they're ahead of where Phil Murphy was 4 years ago on the early vote. We'll see how it matters. It matters how many people in total vote, of course. Thank you so much, Vaughn. Okay, we're going to turn to Ali Vitale, who's in Arlington, Virginia. Okay, Ali, just to give people context, which you'll give us, I think that Harris won Arlington County by about 50 points or more last year. Yeah. So this is a place where Democrats want to really run up the totals. And so the number of people turning out feels like a key thing there. But what are you seeing there? I know you've been there most of the day.
Yeah, the name of the game in the counties that I've been in today, Jen and Ari, has been run up the totals, because these are some of the blue areas that the Spanberger campaign has always felt good about. But when I was at election polling centers in just one of the neighboring counties over in Alexandria, they said earlier this morning that they had actually surpassed their turnout totals compared to last year already by 10:30 in the morning. I mean, just the fact that they were already sensing that much more energy probably bodes well for the Spanberger campaign. Of course, the difference in the dynamic here in the Virginia governor's race is that Spanberger has consistently had a pretty strong lead in the polls. Democrats publicly and privately do feel good about their chances here. And I think it's really remarkable just to speak to the fact that this has really been an issue set that in 2021, when it was Glenn Youngkin, it was a story of riding the culture wars into the governorship here in the Commonwealth. Now I think the issue set has really just completely shifted away. We watched the Republican candidate in this race try to gain traction on those very same issues, try to make signs that say keep a good thing going, a continuation of the Youngkin administration with his lieutenant governor, who would be the governor if she won. At the same time, for Spanberger, I think the issue set just fell more in her favor, and largely that is because of President Donald Trump. You know, I'm struck, guys, by the exit polling that we see that shows that 47% of Virginia voters are saying they didn't make their decision in this race because of the president. But when you look at the conversations that I've had today, I've had people say, yeah, for me, this is a referendum on Trump. But I've also had people say to me, no, I was voting on affordability. I was voting because I'm a federal worker. I was voting because of outgrowths of the administration. And so even if he's not on the ballot here, Virginia is one of those places, because of its proximity to D.C., because of its large federal workforce, because of troops likely going without pay if this government stretch on, all of this becomes a very national story about the president, even if these voters, maybe in their minds, don't think it necessarily is.
Ali Vitale, thank you. We'll be checking back with you. You hear Ali mention voters talking about affordability, Jen. Let's take a quick listen to, over in New Jersey, on the economy, what we've heard from both candidates.
I will reduce the size and cost of our state government. It's bloated, it's inefficient. We're going to afford a tax cut for individuals and our businesses.
I'm fighting for Chuck, a small business owner in Gloucester, getting crushed by tariffs. I'm fighting for Karina, a single mom here in Newark, who isn't sure if she can afford to stay and raise her son in New Jersey.
That's what we've been hearing, and we want to kind of play that to sort of take it in, because if you're not in one of those states, the national news is understandably about the shutdown. It's been about the protests. It's been about the power grabs, the so-called revenge indictments. But what we're hearing there is both candidates trying to be a populist, saying, hey, I hear you, and I know things are too expensive, which really is a very different message. It's not as nationalized as sometimes the interpretation.
That's true. I also think there are a lot of issues that we talk about and our colleagues talk about a lot on our shows, like ICE raids, which are horrible, and they're destroying communities. Trump acting like an authoritarian. None of these candidates ran on that. They all ran, as we just showed, on cost of living. They ran on affordability. Now, I would say that the shutdown in Virginia, which is hit by the shutdown hugely, as is Maryland, is an affordability issue, right? Is an economic
it's a jobs issue, yeah.
And in New Jersey, what Mikie Sherrill's been talking about is the cost of energy. But this is really going to be as a big issue there. But this is really going to be a question of where voters come down on who they think is going to be better on the economy in both of these states, it feels. And Winsome Sears, as Ali was just talking about, and as we just saw in those clips, she didn't really talk a lot about the economy. She talked about, she ran anti-trans ads. She tried to tie Abigail Spanberger to the text messages of the Attorney General. So that's how she ran her campaign. Didn't seem to have worked out so far, but we'll see.
We'll see. I think you're absolutely hammering something, which is she ran a Trump-style campaign without Trump.
Correct. She tried to take the Trump playbook and run it straight through. And it seems that that is not, at least as far as we've seen in the polls, a winning strategy as of right now.
Can you sell Chick-fil-A if you're not serving any chicken?
Probably not.
It's an existential political question, but yeah, it's something.
I guess they still sell salads and burgers. I don't know. We could go with this analogy, but no.
Jen Psaki, having America ponder the Chick-fil-A salad. That's where we landed in this segment.
It's not the best thing they have.
We've got a lot more coming up. Obama has been on the trail. He's been campaigning. Trump has not. We just discussed his absence in that race. But with the polling that he has, you can see why it would be a mixed bag to have him. Well, coming up, we have a former Trump diplomat, also an impeachment witness, and a Democratic leader to hear both sides next.
Welcome back to just the beginning of our election night special coverage. I'm Jen Psaki.
And I'm Ari Melber, and tonight's results are the voters' first response to Trump's second term. Of course, the president's not on any ballot, but his impact can't really be avoided, from this shutdown to whether or not he's handling the economic concerns ably. Democrats do face a test on their own leadership in a time where some want more fight, others want them to lead on something other than simply reiterating their well-known opposition to Donald Trump. So here to get a direct view from both sides of tonight's campaign clash, we have veteran Democratic Congressman Steve Israel, who's led the House Democrats' campaign arm, and he's currently director of the Cornell University Institute of Politics. And we're joined by a prominent official in Trump's first term, former EU ambassador and congressional witness, Gordon Sondland. Welcome to you both.
It's good to be here.
You've run some of these national campaigns for the Democratic Party. Simply put, have they learned anything from a year ago?
Well, I think that tonight's results in Virginia and New Jersey would be the most important lesson that they can take. If you have people like Abigail Spanberger, Mikie Sherrill, winning not only their states, but overperforming in Trumpish electorates, overperforming in seats that could be competitive in the House midterms next year. If they're overperforming in those areas, that's a lesson for Democrats. You've got to recruit candidates like that, and those candidates have to message on those key economic issues. So I think this is going to be, look, this state and local elections over tonight. Midterms begin tomorrow.
At midnight.
At midnight.
And Ambassador, we can say Donald Trump has been counted out before and underestimated, but if the party's running on anything, I'll show you the numbers. Approval, 37%. Disapproval, a whopping 63%. He and the party would have to be underestimated a lot on these numbers to still do well.
Well, those polls can be very mercurical, but let's talk about the elephant in the room, which is our mayoral candidate in New York. This is wrong on so many levels for both parties, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. Zohran Mamdani, elected as mayor, is going to be a disaster. He might be helpful to the Republicans as the poster child for where the Democratic Party is headed. But for New York, which is one of the biggest economic engines on the planet, it is going to be a disaster on so many levels. And for Jews in New York to support Mamdani, who is an anti-Semite. How do I know he's an anti-Semite? Because he says he's an anti-Semite. It's very simple.
Well, I don't think he's ever said that, but he said other things that you point out are controversial. Steve Israel, go ahead.
Well, look, I disagree with Mamdani on many issues, but here's the good news for Democrats. As strongly as I disagree with him, everybody's saying that, he's the new face of the Democratic Party if he wins. We'll see. You know what I like? I like a Democratic Party that has somebody like Mamdani, not his position on issues, but who is a generational talent in voter turnout, in digital strategies, in creating energy on the streets. So I want somebody with that campaign methodology, but then I want somebody like Mikie Sherrill and somebody like Abigail Spanberger who know how to message and organize in reddish communities. Mamdani has shown us that he knows how to win an election in Brooklyn, New York. But Democrats cannot be in the majority unless they can win an election in places like Brooklyn, Iowa. You take Mamdani and you fuse that with the others.
How long did you work on that line?
It's
pretty good.
I've used it before.
Yeah?
Chuck Schumer tells me if they keep laughing, keep using it.
Okay.
Come on, Israel. Hitler was good at voter turnout, too.
Oh, well, that might be an overstatement.
Listen,
I think that's an extreme overstatement, but I'll let you respond to the Congress.
Listen, Mamdani is terrible for the Democratic Party, as bad as Nick Fuentes is for the Republican Party.
Let me ask you something. What are you so afraid of? Because there's a lot of language that is he's going to be the worst for New York. He's terrible for the Jewish community in New York. Actually, the truth is among polls in New York, younger Jewish New Yorkers actually support him. It's older Jewish New Yorkers that don't. So that's
I'm an older Jew.
Well, that's okay, but I'm just for clarity, for people who are watching, what are you so afraid of?
I'm only afraid of what he says he's going to do, and I take him at his word. Let's start at the beginning. The police. New York has a security problem. We don't want to reduce police presence. We don't want to get rid of Jessica Tisch as the police commissioner.
He said he's going to keep her.
I don't believe him. I don't believe him.
That's what he said, though.
I think the first time they have any kind of a run-in, because Jessica Tisch is no shrinking violet. She's a brilliant police commissioner. She's tough. And even more importantly, Jen, she doesn't need the job. So the minute there's any kind of a conflict, she's out of there, and it's going to be a disaster for the city.
Let's let the congressman respond.
I think, with all due respect, Ambassador, I don't think you're being very diplomatic. I think you're wrong. Look, he said he's going to keep Tisch. He has said he is not going to defund the police. He has been, and I disagree with him on Israel fundamentally, as strongly as you do. I do. But on those public safety issues, he's become a caricature of Republican messaging, and it has very little to do with what he's actually said he will or will not do. The other thing he's done is present an economic agenda on high costs, the cost of groceries, inflation, things that the Trump administration has proven itself to be incapable of solving. And he's talked to people about how you solve those issues.
We got you both on that. We have multiple places, not just New York tonight. And I want to play a little bit of what's been happening in Virginia, a place where Donald Trump has not made his presence known. Former President Obama has. Let's take a look.
I think voters, when we ask them, they care about the pocketbook issues. How much of their taxes do they get to keep? I want to make sure that we continue to create jobs. And one way to do that is to make sure that we keep the right to work. which means that you're not forced, if you're going to take this job, you are forced to join a union.
Abigail does not just say the right thing as your governor, she will do the right thing. She understands the government can make a difference in people's lives by educating our kids for the jobs of the future, keeping our air and water clean.
We need a governor who will speak up when careless, chaotic, reckless economic policies out of Washington hurt our economy, raising costs for families, making it harder for small business owners to survive, and crushing Virginia's farmers.
Congressman, what does it tell you that Dems have their president, so to speak, out there and Republicans don't?
When you are a president with historic low job approval, particularly among independent voters, the type of voters that Democrats need to win and Republicans need to win in Virginia, you don't show up. We're going into a midterm election. Midterm elections are always a referenda on the president and the president's party. Presidents almost always lose seats in the House. He is now toxic for many Republicans in districts, in moderate districts like the ones in Virginia and New Jersey and elsewhere.
I think President Trump has written that race off as far as Winston Sears is concerned. She is not the quality of candidate that he is willing to support. Yes, he's supported the ticket up and down on a generic level, but he has not endorsed her and won't endorse her. His endorsement track record has been pretty strong over the course of his political career.
I'll let you finish, but is that also because he stays out of the races, as the congressman said? He doesn't go places where they might lose, so he's kind of working the numbers.
Why shouldn't he? I mean, what he's got, his coin of the realm is his credibility. When he gets behind someone, he wants to really mean it. He doesn't mean it with her.
I want to thank the congressman and the ambassador here on both sides. A lot of contentious issues around the country on election night. Thanks to both of you. Coming up, Senator Elisa Slotkin joins us on a big night as the shutdown approaches the records.
In Virginia, we need a governor who will stand up against the chaos and endeavor to create stability, steadiness, and job growth here on the ground.
The good news is this is not the first time that our country has had a really difficult moment.
That was Senator Elisa Slotkin campaigning this week with Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. Now, the Washington Post reporting on Slotkin's friendship with Spanberger and Mikie Sherrill running for governor in New Jersey. The Post calling the trio the, quote, centrist women in a group chat leading Democrats in 2025. Joining us now is Michigan Senator Elisa Slotkin. It's quite a thing to maybe have two of your friends about to be elected governor. We'll see what happens tonight. But I guess I could start by asking you if that group chat is active tonight. Anything you want to share with us about what's going around that group chat?
You know, it is active up until, 45 minutes ago, and it's mostly a group of us, service and veteran women, not just those two, but a few others, sending them well wishes and telling them we're rooting for them. There's a group of us who are getting together tonight to do a little small election night watch party. It's very exciting to have them succeeding. They deserve it.
Good. We want to hear about the watch party, if you get any updates from that. Let me ask you, we just played a clip of you campaigning with your friend Abigail Spanberger. One of the things she and Mikie Sherrill have both been running on is their bios and their backgrounds working on national security issues, something you also share with them. It's not historically or traditionally part of a governor's role necessarily to lead on national security issues or government policy, but why do you think that's an important part of their bios and what kind of they would bring to the office of governor?
Yeah, I mean, I think, all of us ran together in 2018, and I think having a background of service, either in the intelligence community or the military, means you've put up your hand multiple times to swear an oath to protect and defend the Constitution. And then in addition, you've been mission-oriented, right? And I think being an executive, being a leader at the highest levels is about having that mission and then actually coming up with a strategy to achieve that mission. And I think what sets these two apart is, there's a lot of people who are ready to say things to a camera or tweet or do whatever, but these women know how to come up with a plan, execute it, and see it all the way through that final mile. So I think that service background just gives people some comfort that they've put it all on the line for their country before. They're willing to do it again in a different arena, and they don't just have talk, they have plans, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to do.
Appreciate that. Hi, Senator. Ari here. When you look at Democrats eyeing potential progress tonight, many see it as a springboard if they notch a couple victories. If it is a springboard, then it's to what national message over the next year into the midterms?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's our first time where we have a black and white, clear, sort of decision that we're going to watch happen here. Does the country feel good about where we are? Do they feel good about Trump's leadership? Do they feel good about where the country is at this moment, particularly in a place like Virginia that has a Republican governor? That to me is a strong indication that people aren't okay, and especially if her victory is really strong tonight, both of them actually, I think it's a very strong message that people aren't happy with what they're seeing from Donald Trump. And it's hard to know. You can have lots of polls, you can have lots of people with their speculating, but an election is pretty definitive one way or another.
You gave a speech last week, I just rewatched it today, where you talked about Trump reshaping the country in order to stay in power. And I thought this was significant from you because you're not kind of an alarmist. You're not somebody who just tries to say things just to get a rise out of people. There's obviously a lot packed in there, but I wanted to ask you how you're looking at this election specifically through that. Because we've seen, of course, there are election monitors. We've seen reports of ICE positioning at Dodger Stadium. There's obviously concerns about what sort of shenanigans Trump and his team could get up to. What are you watching for? And what do you think would be warning signs about what they want to try next year?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're watching these elections to see if there's any strange activity that people do. I mean, the president has been very clear that he's reshaping how we use force in America, both with law enforcement and uniformed military in our cities. And there's more in one way than one way to try to affect an election. He's trying to defund security for elections. He's putting all kinds of trying to put new federal executive orders in place related to elections, even though elections are controlled by the states. I think he also has been very clear that he's willing to send not just law enforcement and the National Guard, but active duty uniforms into our cities. You start to think about surrounding a polling place, using intimidation. Those are the kinds of things that look like videos from other countries. They don't look like us, and I think Americans react to that. But he's been clear about it, and I think we need to hear him. And for me, I mean, I gave that speech. You're right. I'm not an alarmist. I'm not a henny penny, the sky is falling. But I remember very clearly in 2020 when I heard for the first time in the spring of 2020, Trump said, well, if I don't win this election coming up, then it was rigged. And I remember thinking, that's insane. That's just a crazy thing to say in a democracy. And I wrote letters and I raised it in hearings, and I kind of was like diplomatic in my pushback on that. And then I found myself, barricaded in my office on January 6th when the unthinkable happened and he rejected the results of a free and fair election. So I'm not going to make the same mistake of being polite and doing strongly worded letters when I think he's giving us the roadmap and laying it out for us.
Senator Slotkin, always very clear. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
It's election night in America. You know from the music, because we're here and the backdrop. Our special coverage continues after a quick break.
I believe in an America where we don't fear each other, but look out for each other. And if we want that story to continue, if we believe in that better story, we need leaders who believe in it too.
There you have it, Barack Obama.
He's still into hope. That's what we know.
He's still selling that.
Still selling hope.
What are you watching for tonight?
Gosh, I'm watching for, I think there are a couple nail-biters. New Jersey governor's race is a bit of a nail-biter. It's closer. The Attorney General race in Virginia, I think, is going to be a nail-biter. I'm really interested to see what the margin is on Prop 50, because I think when we're talking tomorrow about the outcome here, we'll obviously talk about who won and who are going to be governors. But I think if there's a big margin there, it's going to put a lot of pressure on other people who are aspiring to be 2028 candidates to do something on redistricting if they can. So I'll be watching that, too.
You mentioned that. That's the California effort to sort of Trump-proof their process. And we've heard about fighting fire with fire. You can also fight fire with water. There's nothing radical about California dealing...
Are you giving me a rap lyric here, or what's happening?
I mean, I hadn't yet, because the night is young. But there sometimes is a problem where Democrats think that to do anything bold or tough is somehow going into the gutter or Michelle Obama go low. California, if they do this, they're not going low.
No.
They're saying, if you are going to try to rig this and change the rules midstream, we have places to do it back to you.
That's exactly right. I also think this, and listening to Obama, even though he's still selling hope, if Spanberger wins, if Mikie Sherrill wins, Mamdani too, the backdrop of all of this is Trump and reaction to Trump. But none of them ran really on all Trump. They ran on economy, they ran on cost of living, they ran on the cost of energy, they ran on the impact of the shutdown, they ran on the cost of housing. And I think that is a big tell for Democrats. You can't just be anti, you have to be for something too.
Well, and we heard even the debate on tonight's program from different people, very polarized, strong views about Mamdani in both directions. Looking at someone who excites youth turnout and has something to say other than I don't like Trump doesn't mean you mimic everything about them. It doesn't mean the Democrats can only run 34-year-olds. Indeed, the presidential candidate has to be older than that. But you might pick and choose. And I think the question that the Washington and national Democrats will be looking at if they do well tonight is what worked that is beyond Trump and beyond registering your disapproval. No Kings is an important social movement, and it means a ton. But electorally, that's already happening. So what are you offering? And the fact that some of these candidates, as you say, offered affordability and a vision is different from just saying, I'm going to stop something you don't like to the Democratic base.
That's exactly right. I also think we will certainly be talking about if Mamdani wins, which he looks like he's headed that way, if Sherrill wins, if Spanberger wins. But I also think as Steve Israel said, we're off to the races in 2026 and sort of off to the races in 2028.
That does it for our time, but Jen and I will be back with you shortly.
And Rachel Maddow picks up our special coverage starting right now.
The first big election day since Trump took office.
This is Liberation Day.
Amid a record government shutdown.
Your government is failing you.
With American military on American streets. And historic protests across the nation.
The people are winning all over America.
Voters in Virginia, New Jersey, New York, California, and beyond head to the polls to cast their votes.
The stakes are now clear. We don't need to speculate about the dangers to our democracy.
Tonight, MSNBC's special election night coverage with Rachel Maddow, Nicole Wallace, Ari Melber, Michael Steele, Alicia Menendez, Simone Sanders Townsend, Chris Hayes, Jen Psaki, Lawrence O'Donnell, Stephanie Rule, and Ali Velshi with results and analysis at the big board. MSNBC's special coverage of Election Night 2025 begins now.
It is election night here at MSNBC. We are so glad to have you here. We know you can watch election returns anywhere or not at all. And so we are grateful, A, that you are watching, and B, that you are watching here with us. We're really happy to have you. We're grateful, and we will try to be worthy of your trust and your time. I'm Rachel Maddow. I'm joined here in studio by my beloved colleagues Nicole Wallace and Simone Sanders Townsend and Alicia Menendez and Lawrence O'Donnell. Ali Velshi is ready for us at the big board. I know, right? Very exciting. He's got all the data, all the exit polls, ultimately all the results tonight. It is a big, high-stakes night for an off-year election. We've got lots to get to from places all over the country. We're going to start right off the top here with the Commonwealth of Virginia, where polls have just closed, closed within the last 2 minutes. Unsurprisingly, This race is projected at this point to be too early to call. The Democratic candidate, Abigail Spanberger, the Republican candidate, Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl-Sears. Again, 2 minutes since poll closing. We will keep you posted there. This is the Lieutenant Governor's race. In Virginia, also too early to call. We also expect the other statewide race there in Virginia, the Attorney General's race in Virginia. Again, too early to call. Not surprising, all of these races, statewide races in Virginia, but it's 2 minutes since poll closing. We'll keep you watching. We'll keep watching that. We're going to be bringing you results from across the country tonight as Americans in multiple states cast ballots. In addition to that, bellwether governor's race in Virginia and those other statewide races in Virginia. We're going to have polls closing in just under an hour in the great state of New Jersey, where voters are also choosing a new governor. In New Jersey, it's Democratic Congresswoman Mikie Sherrill and a former state assemblyman named Jack Ciattarelli, who is the Republican candidate. Those two facing off in what's expected by many people to be one of the closest contests of the night. New Jersey, of course, has long been a blue state. But even as a blue state, they have been reasonably happy to elect Republican governors from time to time. And on top of that, New Jersey has shown some signs in recent years of turning a little bit purple. This time last year in the presidential race, Trump came within 6 points of Kamala Harris in New Jersey. That was a 10-point gain on his performance in the state against Joe Biden just 4 years earlier. In 2024, New Jersey, for Trump, that was the state where he had the second largest improvement over his 2020 performance anywhere in the country. New Jersey was second for him in terms of his most improved performance from 2020 to 2024. New Jersey was second. Guess which state was first? It was New York, where tonight, New York City's truth is stranger than fiction, totally riveting mayoral race finally comes to a close, whereupon all of the people involved in this race will presumably join an amazing sitcom. It's been Democratic nominee Zohran Mamdani, Republican Curtis Sliwa, former Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo, who has been running as an independent in the mayor's race after he got shellacked in the Democratic primary by Mr. Mamdani. The turnout in New York City has been enormous. As of 3 p.m. today, when the polls are still slated to be open for another 6 hours, as of 3 o'clock today, New York had already zoomed past the total number of people that voted in each of the last 5 mayor's races. So just huge turnout in the New York City mayor's race. We knew it was going to be big early vote turnout. Now it looks like it's going to be big turnout overall. Also tonight, California holding a hastily arranged special election to vote statewide on one thing and one thing only, a proposition that is numbered 50. Prop 50 would allow the redrawing of California's congressional districts to likely give the Democratic Party as many as 5 additional seats in Congress in next year's midterm elections. Now, this is happening in California after President Trump ordered Republican-controlled states to redraw their own congressional maps to favor Republican candidates. So this is a fight fire with fire effort from California Democrats. I think many people thought at the outset this would be a really uphill battle in California, but the Yes on 50 campaign in California has just been a juggernaut, and so we shall see. We're also watching high-stakes judicial elections in Pennsylvania tonight. Ballot measures that would change voting rules in Maine and also in Texas. Some interesting municipal and legislative fights across the country. Some incredible mayor's races to watch tonight in places like Minneapolis and Seattle and Miami. And I mean, how is Boston's mayor running unopposed? Nothing is unopposed ever in Boston. What is J.D. Vance's half-brother doing in Cincinnati? It's a lot. There's a lot. There's a lot going on. It's going to be a very interesting night. Just 1 year after Trump won his second term in the White House, Trump does appear to be flatlining or worse politically. Each successive poll these days brings more bad news for the president and for his MAGA movement. Looking just at the latest NBC poll, that's got Trump's approval rating underwater by 12 points. And if you look more deeply at that, it gets worse for him. Americans who strongly disapprove of Trump outpace those who strongly approve of him by 18 points nationwide. That's a huge gap. That NBC poll found that the proportion of Americans who describe themselves as supporters of the MAGA movement is 30%, while the proportion of Americans who describe themselves as supporters of the No Kings protest movement is way higher than that, 43%, which is not bad for a brand new movement with no significant funding, no identifiable leaders, no political patronage, and next to no mainstream media coverage, other than the president calling them names. Still, 43% of the country identifying as supporters of the No Kings protest movement, far outstripping the number of Americans who say they identify with a movement supporting the president. Will the president be able to up his poll numbers? Will he be able to up his support in the country? That, of course, remains to be seen in the largest sense. But if you keep the aperture nice and tight on just today, well, today, the government shutdown tied the record for the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. On that occasion, Trump started threatening that he would defy federal court orders in order to single-handedly withhold food from millions of American families. That is a threat the White House then had to walk back. Will that help his poll numbers? I don't know. There's a lot of wild cards in today's elections that could potentially affect the outcomes in some unpredictable ways. Trump's deployment and threatened deployment of the National Guard, his ragtag, violent immigration agents being sent into American cities, the Trump Justice Department today sending election monitors to immigrant-heavy counties in California and New Jersey, even a spate of early morning bomb threats to polling sites in New Jersey, which led to the temporary closing or relocation of some polling sites. New Jersey officials said none of the threats turned out to be credible. One arrest has already been made in connection with one of those bomb threats. There were also a handful of bomb threats emailed to polling sites in New York City today, all of which the NYPD says were hoaxes. You may recall on Election Day last year, hoax bomb threats were sent to counties in Georgia and 6 other states. The perpetrators of those bomb threats on Election Day next year were never identified, although the threats were traced to Russian email domains. We got a lot happening tonight. We are watching all of it. We are going to bring you updates and results as we have them. Joining us now from a polling location in Brooklyn, New York, is MSNBC's Antonia Hilton. Antonia, looks like a lot of people still voting there tonight. What have you been seeing there in Brooklyn?
Yeah, absolutely, Rachel. I've been at a couple different voting locations in Brooklyn, and they have all been packed consistently throughout the day, even at points when I thought people would be busy at work. Brooklyn has been surging, and that was honestly the case during the early voting period as well, and they have kept up that pace ahead of other boroughs today, too. Many of the analysts that I've been talking to throughout the day, they tell me that they expect we're going to clear 2.2 million votes cast. Wow. And they tell me that that would be historic, of course. We haven't seen numbers like that since Rudy Giuliani and David Dinkins faced off. So we're talking decades. And then the other major change that they're tracking is what they're kind of describing as a remaking of the New York electorate. The electricity, the excitement that the Mamdani campaign seems to have sort of injected in young people between the ages of, say, 18 to under 40, who maybe would typically sit out a kind of off-cycle year, may not be that energized about who their mayor is, are absolutely energized now, to the point where some of them are almost describing it as a Trump effect, that Mamdani may be able to sort of take control of a group of voters who otherwise aren't that galvanized and aren't that interested in other Democrats. And I'll tell you, 2 major trends that we've been tracking. The first one's not going to surprise you, Rachel. That's that pretty much everyone, whether they're voting for Mamdani or Cuomo, they tell me affordability is #1 here. They feel squeezed in this city, and they're alarmed by the cost of living. But the second thing that's been fascinating to track today is that more of them appear interested in sending a message to the Democratic establishment than they actually do Trump. They bring up Trump. They bring up the threat that ICE agents are going to come here, that he's going to pull funding from the city. They're aware, and they're tracking, and they're outraged by all of that. But they are more angry in many cases at figures like Chuck Schumer, who never endorsed Mamdani in this race, or Hillary Clinton for making remarks the other day where she sort of stepped away and said she didn't have much to do with what was happening in New York, despite the fact she was a senator here. And people are really paying attention to the way that establishment, sort of legacy figures in the party have treated Mamdani. And they say that they hope what happens tonight, you know, he's held this durable double-digit lead. They hope it sends a message to them more so than even the president right now, Rachel.
Fascinating. And I mean, those inter-Democratic Party dynamics playing out in New York, everything that happens in New York always just feels like a New York story. But I think in a bunch of the races that we're going to be covering tonight, particularly mayoral races, we're seeing some of those same dynamics about the Democratic establishment versus sort of the new order and the new Young Turks coming up. It's going to be a really fascinating thing to watch in New York and around the country. Antonia, thank you. I know we'll be checking back in with you. Joining us now from a polling location in Middlesex County, New Jersey, is MSNBC's Vaughn Hilliard. Now, Middlesex County is, if I recall, that's a county that saw big gains for Trump last year in the 2024 presidential race. Vaughn, what are you seeing there tonight? What have you been able to watch over the course of the day?
Right, Rachel, I want to tell you about this county and some of those that have gone to the right over the last decade, but I actually want to make the quick point that you and Antonio were just talking about, because what is happening in New York City is also taking place literally across the Hudson River, a couple miles away in places like Jersey City, the second largest city in New Jersey, where I am told that voter turnout here has exceeded voter turnout from 2021 among Democratic voters. And this is significant because if you go back to 4 years ago, Jack Cincinnati, he's a Republican candidate for governor here, running against Democrat Mikie Sherrill. He, in a surprising fashion, lost that race by just 3 percentage points, 84,000 votes. So that's why the margin in each of these places matters. And though in Hudson County, where Jersey City is, Kamala Harris, for example, last year won by 24 percentage points, Democrats won a juice. And so they're seeing those turnout numbers here from the first hours of today and are encouraged by that. But you mentioned here that rightward shift. And I should note, here in New Jersey, you still have voters, there's still about an hour left until polls close here. But this is a place, Middlesex County, where Donald Trump actually outperformed last November Jack Ciattarelli. There were 3 such counties. And when you're looking at the history of these counties, dating back to 2017, there has been a shift of 12% here to the right. And it's notable because Middlesex County is the second biggest county in New Jersey. And the same thing has happened in Bergen County, which is also the biggest county in New Jersey. It's gone through an 11-point shift. And so the question here is, can Mikie Sherrill, the Democrat, really put a stop to that rightward movement in the 2 biggest counties in New Jersey? I've been talking to voters that have been coming here, and I was talking just a bit ago to Dorothy Rose. She usually votes Republican, voted for Donald Trump last November. But she said the fact that that Mikie Sherrill is a Navy helicopter veteran, pilot veteran, and also noted that she has heard Mikie Sherrill talk about grocery prices and wanting to address those. She said that she came and voted for the Democrat here today. I was talking to also Michael, who said the SNAP benefits and the knowledge that kids in his neighborhood could be going without food also was his concern, and there was no question, even though he votes Democrat, he was showing up today to vote. And the other one he noted to me, he goes, seeing what was happening in Washington, specifically mentioning the White House demolition, saying that this is a moment in time for Democrats not to be disenchanted with politics, but to be engaged, and this is his first opportunity to do so.
That's fascinating. I mean, and it's a really interesting contrast, Vaughn, talking about, I mean, we've spent so much time in the past, I don't know, 10 years now, talking about the way the Republican Party has consolidated around one idea, one man, one leader, one way of doing things, which is all MAGA, all about Trump. And you either get with Trump or you're kind of out of the party. Whereas, you know, separated by the Hudson River, you've got Democrats as widely divergent as Mikie Sherrill in New Jersey and Zohran Mamdani in New York City, both hoisting the Democratic Party banner and both hoping to win tonight, appealing to Democratic voters and to crossover voters with wildly different messages. It's a really interesting moment right now in party politics in this country. Vaughn, thank you so much for being with us from New Jersey. We'll be back with you as we get closer to polls closing there. Joining us now from a polling location in Arlington, Virginia, is MSNBC's Ali Vitale. Polls, of course, just closed in Virginia. What is it, 16 minutes ago? Ali, what have you been seeing today in Virginia? What was the turnout like in places that you've been watching?
The signs are already coming up behind me, so 16 minutes was just enough time for them to start closing up shop here. I saw the last girl who came out having voted. She said, I ran to get here after work. She felt it was that important. And frankly, that's what I've heard from voters across several counties today as I've been talking with them. The idea that they felt that this was an important moment for them to register their voice at this pivotal moment in the second Trump term. I think the thing that I'm watching the most, I'll take you inside my text messages a little bit, is I'm hearing from Republicans who are sort of giving me like shrug emoji, we'll see what happens. They recognize that the exit polls show that the issue set and the things that voters care about don't necessarily bode well for Winsome Earl-Sears, the Republican at the top of this ticket. On the other hand, the text messages that I have going with Democrats is they're seeing the kind of turnout that they hoped that they would see. They are seeing the fact that they feel good about Spanberger. And the open question that they have among themselves right now is how long will her coattails be? I do think the one fascinating thing here in Virginia is the fact that it was a local election. Of course, all politics ends up being local. But for local folks here, it means they are federal workers who have seen Doge, been furloughed, don't know when their next paycheck is coming. And that was a key issue among many that made this really, truly a referendum on Trump, even if 47% of voters are saying he was not the central pivotal point in their decision, Rachel.
Ali Vitale for us in Virginia. This is going to be fascinating to watch the way this comes in. All of these races are so different with so many local dynamics, plus all of the national cross-currents for these very different types of candidates, very different types of Democrats in particular. We are still seeing, we are now seeing the first votes coming in from Virginia, which gives us a fantastic excuse to go to our beloved Ali Velshi at the big board. Ali, first of all, I got to say, it's great to have you there. We're going to be leaning on you throughout the night.
And you're right. This is about how different Democrats are approaching different things. As you said, we've got very little of the vote in right now for Virginia. It's just 1%. They'll start to come in pretty heavily. I just want to go to a couple of counties where we've got sort of double digits of the votes already in to just give you a sense of how they're going. Again, very early, Buckingham County right here in the middle of the state. 33% of the vote is in. Winsome Earl-Sears is at 54.5%. But take a look at where Donald Trump was in the 2024 election, 61.2%. So for the moment, again, 33% of the vote in, so hard to tell what's going on over there. Let's go over here. It's a small county. I'm sorry, over here. Lynchburg County's 9% in, so that's not really enough to give you a sense of. But take a look at Chesterfield County. We're going to be looking at this. Only 3% in right now. Abigail Spanberger outperforming at the moment. But this is one we're going to be looking at very closely. Right now, Abigail Spanberger outperforming the 53.6% that Harris got in 2024 over Trump. But we're going to watch carefully to see whether she can build over there. And we're watching these counties in northern Virginia very clearly. These are counties that overwhelmingly go Democratic. So what they're looking to do there is get the vote to turn out. Remember, northern Virginia, these are places where a very big portion of the 300,000 Virginians who work for the federal government live. They live in northern Virginia. About half of those number work in Virginia at government installations. The other half go to D.C. or go to Maryland. I want to show you something very quickly before we move on. I want to go to the exit polls and tell you why people are voting the way they are in Virginia. The most important issue to Virginia voters right now is the economy. Now, that might be the same thing for most Americans, but remember that percentage of Virginia voters who are employed by the federal government, it's a very, very big deal. Health care is the second biggest issue. Immigration is the third at 12%. Hard to tell what that means, though. If you think immigration is the most important issue to you, does that mean that you vote for Donald Trump because you like the fact that he's doing what he said he was going to do? Or does that mean you vote against Donald Trump, even in a gubernatorial election? We'll be watching all of this through the course of the night, Rachel.
Ali, fantastic to have you there. Thank you very much. Again, the first votes just coming in Virginia, where poll closings just about 20 minutes ago. We've got another big poll closing coming up at the top of the hour in New Jersey. Plus, it's going to be a long night. There's a lot going on. In terms of how this night is going to unfold, you guys, obviously, I don't know if we're going to have surprises. It seems to me, like heading into this night, that there's more uncertainty than you usually get in an off-year elections in not particularly purple states. Do you feel that way, Nicole?
I just can't believe you would sit there and say to us, I don't think there are going to be any surprises. I feel like the ridges in my brain that they'll study when I'm dead are from all the surprises that I've endured on the set. I want to just mention something that we haven't talked about yet, and that's California. Because I think 24 hours after the election results of last November, you started covering the response from the country. And every night for your 100 days of coverage, you covered protests in not just towns and cities, but like neighborhoods that have never participated in protests before. This is the first, so all those were dots, your first 100 days, and every week thereafter, you shined a light on it, and you all have too. This is the first night for voters to register whatever discontent they have with what they have seen.
Yeah.
And even if you held up a mass deportation now sign, I'm not sure if you thought American citizens would be body slammed to the concrete and held to the ground until they screamed, "I cannot breathe," in immigration raids. I'm sure there are people who wanted that. I'm not sure who they are. They didn't surface themselves and articulate that as their desire before last November's election. So we will see for the first time tonight how people in California, Virginia, New Jersey, and New York feel about that. The second is the Times is reporting, based on California's Secretary of State's website, that a third of the registered voters in California have gone to the polls and voted today. There's one thing on the ballot in California.
Yeah.
There's one thing on the ballot. It's Prop 50. And it is a complicated thing to explain. It's about responding to a request that Donald Trump made from his friends in Texas to gerrymander already rigged maps in Texas. Gavin Newsom put all of whatever his political aspirations are on the line. He did it at an event where outside mass federal agents were patrolling because they were intensely patrolling Los Angeles at the time. And 7.2 million people in California have voted on Prop 50. Yeah. So we cover democracy every day. It's not always clear how people attach that to their lives. I think tonight we'll have a much better sense of what that means to voters.
And we always watch turnout in terms of what it might mean for which side had better campaigning, better organizing, what it means about enthusiasm for particular issues or particular candidates. In this moment, it feels like big voter turnout is a sign of Americans valuing their ability to vote, because it feels like it's more under threat than it's ever been before. Lawrence.
You know, Rachel, I was struck by something Von Hilliard reported from a voter in New Jersey, saying that this voter was out there today voting because of, quote, this is what Von said, the phrase he used, the White House demolition. Yeah. Donald Trump tearing down the East Wing of the White House. That sent a voter to the polls in New Jersey. Surely it sent thousands of voters to polls all around the country. And the mind reels at how many ways, if you're a Republican candidate, Donald Trump can ruin your campaign any day of your campaign. Let's just assume Donald Trump was determined to do this to the White House. No one in the Republican Party could say to him, could you wait until November 5th? Could you just, November 5th, don't do anything before that. You think about the Gateway Tunnel, the tunnel on the new tunnel in the Hudson River. Donald Trump comes out 3-4 weeks ago and announces at the beginning of the shutdown, I'm going to kill the tunnel. This is so vital to New Jersey. You're the Republican candidate for governor in New Jersey, and your Republican president, who you have embraced, has just said, I'm going to make life in New Jersey so much more difficult for people in New Jersey trying to get to New York, back and forth to New York.
For which Chitterelli's explanation was, he doesn't really mean it. I'm pretty sure he doesn't mean it.
But again, if you are determined to say that, can you please wait till November 5th. Yeah. And no one can get him to do that. There has never been a wrecking ball within a party like Donald Trump. Now, that doesn't mean that the candidates lose, but it does mean they get less votes. And in some cases, it's going to mean that they lose.
Simone, what are you watching tonight?
Well, you know, after the 2024 election, which was a year ago today, there was a lot of talk about all the folks that swung, people who would usually vote for Democrats, parts of the Democratic coalition, and how they are now supporting Republicans. But I don't think there was enough conversation about the Democratic coalition voters that stayed home and that did not come out, the black voters that did not vote, not the folks that voted for Trump, but the people that just stayed home, the Latino voters that just stayed home, the working class white woman that was like, you know what, I don't know if I'm participating in this election. So I am looking for in New Jersey and Virginia specifically what those numbers look like. I'm hearing a lot of anecdotal notes about turnout in New Jersey, in Virginia, specifically among African-American and Latino voters. I want to know what the numbers actually bore out to be. And
what's the anecdotal information?
The anecdotal information is that black voter turnout in Newark is surging and surpassed, and anecdotally, according to these individuals I spoke spoke to who are in the boiler room, actually out there on the trail, what this voting was by 4 p.m. in 2021, the last time there was an election, a gubernatorial election. I think that matters. People forget in New Jersey, Jack Ciattarelli, he was on the ballot before. He almost beat Phil Murphy by about 3 points, within 3 points. And someone I talked to has been doing a lot of organizing of African-American voters, particularly in New Jersey, said that this is for them about voting for freedom and democracy, and they feel like this is their last chance to take a stand, and that's why so many people have come out.
Alicia?
I don't think you need this reminder, but there is nothing normal about this environment. I was speaking with organizers who they go out, they try to talk to low propensity voters, and they say, we go door to door. We're supposed to have these conversations in your doorway. There is such an atmosphere of fear in some of these communities that people won't buzz the organizers into their buildings. So they are having these conversations from the floor level to the second or third floor window saying, are you registered to vote? Yes, I am. Who are you voting for? And that just makes everything more difficult. Those same organizers were at bus stops at 6 in the morning trying to get people to vote before they went to their job. They then had an afternoon of calls. The afternoon of calls was just supposed to be, I just want to remind you that you can vote today, turned into, I know that there was a bomb threat at your polling place, and I just want you to know that threat was not credible. Your polling place is exactly where it was before, and it is safe for you to vote. So as you watch these numbers roll in, remember that that is all in the ether.
That's crazy. Wow. All right. One thing here before we take our first quick break. You might have heard that we here at MSNBC are about to get a name change starting November 15th, right? A little less than 2 weeks from now, we're no longer going to be MSNBC. We're going to be MS Now. And we're not going anywhere. We're not changing anything other than our name. But as we are starting this new chapter, we have launched sort of a cool new ad campaign to let everybody know that we're changing our name, but not our mission. Obviously, this is a huge night for us. Election night is always a big deal. We have a ton to get to tonight. But this is our first chance to show you one of those new ads right now about our new name. So here it is. We're going to play it now, and then we'll be right back. Polls have been closed in the great state of Virginia for about 32 minutes. We're heading up towards 8 p.m. poll closings in Virginia and elsewhere. But let's look at what we've got in Virginia thus far. We've got just over 10% of the vote in. NBC News projects that this is still obviously too early to call. But with just over 10% of the vote in, we've got Abigail Spanberger, the Democratic candidate, just over 56%. And Winsome Earl Sears, the Republican candidate, current lieutenant governor, just under 44%. Again, about 10% of that vote. We'll check in just a moment with Ali Velshi about where that vote is coming in from and what we are going to be expecting to come in over the next few minutes, actually, really, in the rest of this hour. Right now, let's go live to a polling location in Sacramento, California. MSNBC's Jacob Soboroff is there. It's about just after 4:30 p.m. local time in Sacramento. We've got polls open for quite a while yet in California. Jacob, what have you been seeing in terms of numbers, enthusiasm, what people are saying?
It is really extraordinary, Rachel. And if there's anybody to give us a sort of good insight into this line that has been extremely long, and by the way, directly across the street from the personal office of Governor Gavin Newsom, who I believe has been watching our reports today, it's this gentleman over here. This is Edgar. Edgar's been congratulating everybody as they come out of the polling place. I'm going to walk you down the line in a minute so you can see it. But Edgar, you're congratulating every single person as they walk out the door. You're a poll monitor. You're an election official here. Have you ever seen anything like this in a single issue, non-presidential election year?
No, I haven't. And I'm really impressed that despite this being a one-issue contest, we have what appears to be a great turnout.
Yeah, it is pretty epic. Edgar, thank you so much, and thanks for helping out on an important day. Rachel, come and check this out. So this line, it's a California museum. As I said, it's across the street from the office of the governor of California. Let's go this way, Tony. This line has been, how long have you been waiting online, by the way? Can I just ask you real quick?
Do you know how long we've been waiting in line? Like an hour? Yeah.
What's motivating you? What's your name? What's motivating you to stay online for an hour to vote for one issue, Proposition 50?
I'm Bear. Vote yes on 50. Educate yourself. Make sure that you're doing it for the right reasons.
Okay, and so, you know, everybody has a reason, Rachel, but Governor Newsom has been saying over and over and over again that this is not just about the redistricting and the drawing of the lines here in California, but it's about democracy. It's about democracy on the line. It's about everything that is happening all through this state in California, the ICE raids that we have been seeing widen and indiscriminate throughout the course of the last several months, in fact, since the beginning of the summer. But basically every issue. Look, everybody's here. I mean, people have smiles on their faces. How long have you been in line? What's your name?
45 minutes.
45 minutes. What's your name?
Lexi Lopez Crothers.
Why are you online? Why'd you do this? Why are you here today?
We really wanted to vote. You know, a woman's place is in the House and the Senate, and it is our civic duty to vote whenever we can.
And this is about redistricting, but is it about redistricting to you, or is it about more than that? Proposition 50.
It is about redistricting, but it's ensuring that everybody has a voice. This was in direct, Texas introduced it first, and so this isn't to balance it out.
Fight fire with fire is what Gavin Newsom has said.
Yes.
You guys, thank you very much. You're almost there. Rachel, keep going. Let's go. Check this out. So this is how long the line is. It is stretching all the way down this block here in downtown Sacramento. Everybody doing okay? You doing all right?
Doing great.
Well, what's motivating you? You bring snacks? You know, how long you been on line?
I did not, no.
What's your name?
Half an hour, Omar.
Omar, you ever wait on line like this in the non-presidential year?
Yes.
Really?
Of course.
And so what is motivating you? Prop 50, it's a single issue election. It's about redistricting. What does it mean to you to be on this line today?
I want my voice heard.
And do you feel like that this is a partisan gerrymander grab in these other states and get, you know, you're with Gavin Newsom to get rid of the Independent Redistricting Commission?
I just, yeah. Yes.
Nobody likes to have a camera stuck in their face, Rachel. We all know that, to be put on the spot. But the important thing is everybody's out here. And as the line, look at this, the line continues. This is as long as I've seen this line all day long, Rachel. We've been out here since Nicole Wallace's hour, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern time. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing okay? Everybody doing okay? They said it's about an hour at the end of the line. You all right? You all right? Anybody want to talk about why they're online? Look, there's even a little dog here.
How many people are they voting on?
There's a lot of people. We got a lot of just Proposition 50, and that's what's important. Rachel, no candidates on the ballot, no other issues. How are you? How's it going? Everybody doing okay? Doing all right? Doing okay? You brought your yoga mat. Can I ask you real quick? Yeah. Why are you online today? What's your name?
My name's Nubia. I'm here to represent the younger generation, be out here, vote, you know, practice your rights.
How's it feel to be online today with all these people?
Feels good knowing that people are actually practicing their rights and knowing that it's making a difference in some way.
All right, well, you're almost there. Keep going. Thanks for talking to me. Let's keep going, Rachel, all the way to the end. Gavin Newsom's supposed to talk tonight, Rachel, and we don't know for sure what time or if he's indeed going to come out. He's very superstitious, and I've heard both from him and from his office that the plans are still in flux. But when he was up against that recall election, he went to the California Democratic Party headquarters, just around the corner here, late into the evening, and he spoke to the assembled press. Obviously, people are thinking about whether or not he's going to run for president of the United States after this, what this challenge means, not just here in California, but for democracy all through the nation. Hey, how's it going? Jacob, we're live on MSNBC. What's your name?
My name's Alan.
How are you feeling? Not just about the long line, but about being here to vote Proposition 50.
At least making my voice heard. You know, the country is pretty messed up, and one small vote might make a difference. Maybe not.
No, it is going to make a difference. Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. I mean, look, over and over and over and over again, Rachel, we do this a lot. Usually we don't see lines like this in an off-year election. But this is a really extraordinary thing to see, especially in Sacramento. I mean, remember, the Justice Department, the Trump administration, sent lawyers from the Civil Rights Division all through California to monitor what he said was going to be potentially election fraud here. That is not what is happening. This is civic participation in action. This is democracy in action. This is the front line of democracy tonight.
Jacob, I just have to ask, all I've been reading about all day is how everybody in California is voting by mail, and that a huge proportion of the vote is coming in by mail. But that line is really something. I mean, it seems like however many overwhelming numbers of Californians voted by mail, a lot of people are voting day of, too.
I think that that's what's so important to stress about this as well. The president is first of all, let's just be categorically clear here. Voting by mail is part of the process here in California. It is not some mysterious, fraudulent thing. It is the way that the Secretary of State and the local election officials throughout the country have made voting easy and accessible and fair for people all throughout the state of California. But if you choose not to vote by mail, if you are a registered voter, you can show up in person. And I think that this is proof that people who may not have decided to engage in that that process, not just here, but in Torrance, California, like you're looking at on your screen, all throughout the state of California, that people are showing up tonight not just to drop their ballot in a mailbox, but to stand online and maybe even take an hour or more to participate in this democracy, because this is something that's important to Californians and it's important to people all across the country.
Wow, it's great to see. Jacob Soboroff, we will be back with you. Keep Tony hydrated. We want to see you guys having some protein and lots of water, some electrolytes. It's going to be a long night. All right, our election coverage continues after this very quick break. The results are coming in from Virginia already, where we've already had a poll closing. That race is too early to call at this point, but Ali Velshi is going to join us at the big board right on the other side of this break to talk about where that vote is coming in from, where else we are expecting to get votes soon, and how soon we might have a call in that race. Stay with us. All right, Virginia polls have closed already. They closed 45 minutes ago. We got New Jersey polls closing in less than 15 minutes, but we've started to get significant vote coming in from Virginia, where we've got statewide races, including the governor's race. Ali Velshi, what are we seeing in Virginia?
We're seeing the numbers coming in very fast. We're at 24% now. This has just moved 24%. And let me just give you a picture here. Abigail Spanberger's leading. She's got 56.8% of the vote. Let me show you what has to happen here. Kamala Harris got 51.8% of the vote in the 2024 election. Go back to the gubernatorial election in 2021. Glenn Youngkin won that one with 50.6. So Spanberger is outperforming Youngkin in 2021 and Harris in 2024. Now, take a look at a couple of key things. I want to push into Northern Virginia right now, where Democrats typically do very well. In Arlington County, just 19% of the vote in. Look at that, 79.5 to 20.5. Now, again, Harris did very well here in 2024 at 77.5%. Abigail Spanberger is outperforming that. Let's take a look next door at Alexandria County. Harris won that at 77% in 2024. Spanberger right now, again, 20% in at 86.8. That's what they need to do in Northern Virginia. Spanberger's people need to just make this vote bigger and bigger and bigger. Loudoun County, Northern Virginia, 96% of the vote is already in. So you can tell that these trends are actually there. Look at the way Abigail Spanberger is outperforming what Harris did in 2024, 56 points back then to 64.2. Let's go back to the 2021 gubernatorial election. Terry McAuliffe did win in Northern Virginia. That would be expected with a 55% margin. With 96% in, Abigail Spanberger's got a 64% margin. Let's go down to Chesterfield County, south of Richmond. This is one that they've been looking at very carefully. 43% of the vote is in right now. Kamala Harris got 53.6% in 2024. Abigail Spanberger, every single one of these counties we're looking at that went Democratic is going stronger Democratic for Abigail Spanberger. We're looking at this pattern emerging in all the Democratic strongholds in Virginia. Of course, this is the main one that they're looking for because this is where Democrats win by a lot. But what they want to do is use that to run up the vote count right now. Northern Virginia is going heavily toward Abigail Spanberger right now, and a lot of the numbers are in. Since we've been talking, we were at 24% of the vote in, now 25, so it's moving very quickly. Again, the issues in Northern Virginia, this is in Virginia in general, 300,000 government employees, half of whom work in Virginia, half of which work in D.C. and Maryland. So the DOGE cuts, the shutdowns, the sense of not being secure in your government job is particularly important to Virginians. And again, even if you're not employed by the government, in Northern Virginia, entire industries are supported by people who work for the government, whether it's restaurants, service industries, entertainment, housing. So this is the story of what this federal government is doing. If you've got an opinion on Donald Trump and Elon Musk and what the federal government did to you, this is playing out tonight in Northern Virginia. Different story in New Jersey, which we'll talk about later, where there are some very specific issues specific to New Jersey. In Virginia, this is a little bit more of a referendum on Donald Trump and the federal government. And right now, with 26% in, you're seeing a fairly significant lead, a 10-point lead for Abigail Spanberger, Rachel.
Ali, can I just ask you kind of a process question? I had been expecting that in Virginia, we would see the smaller communities in the rural areas reporting more quickly, the larger municipalities and more urban areas reporting early and mail votes first. I had thought because of the dynamics of the way the vote came in, we would expect the results to sort of tilt Republican early on. Is that, in fact, the way the votes are coming in?
No, I mean, take a look at Bath County here in fully rural western Virginia. 82% of the vote is in. Winsome Earl Sears expectedly winning that, but at 73.3 versus Donald Trump, who took it at 76.5. So even in the rural areas where the Republican vote is coming in, Virginia is efficient at counting its votes. Winsome Earl Sears is underperforming Donald Trump in most of these areas. Abigail Spanberger is outperforming Kamala Harris in most of these areas. This trend is holding up almost everywhere I touch on this board. I'm not bringing them all to your attention because some of them have smaller vote counts, but Louisa County, 44% of the vote in. Winsome Earl Sears with 53.2% versus Donald Trump at 62.5. So everywhere across Virginia, Winsome Earl Sears is underperforming Donald Trump, and Abigail Spanberger is outperforming Kamala Harris.
All right, we'll be watching that closely as those votes come in. Alicia, just looking at that, I know that you spent a lot of time in New Jersey talking to voters today, as you were just describing before. What's your reaction to those Virginia numbers, though? I mean, we're going to have poll closing in New Jersey in about 10 minutes. I'd love to hear from you about what you're going to be watching for right out of the gate there. But these Virginia results are not the way I expected them to be.
Well, there were a lot of voters I talked to today who talked about change. I think what makes that more complicated in New Jersey than in Virginia is that in some cases they were talking about a change of a Democratic governor. In some cases they were talking about the change of a Republican president. Right, so you had to dig a little bit deeper there. But overall, I just heard from people who know what is happening in their communities. People are paying attention. And there were a lot of folks, perhaps the most surprising, who hadn't voted in 2024, who said they sat out 2024. This is what you were talking about earlier, Simone, who all were coming out to vote for Mikie Sherrill. And I think that is part of why in both Virginia and New Jersey, you could see some really surprising numbers when you contrast them to 2024.
Yeah. What have you been hearing, Nicole, about the sort of quality of the campaign in Virginia?
Well, I think she's part of a sort of cadre of rising stars in the Democratic Party. I think one of her close friends was on with Jen and Ari, is Senator Alyssa Slotkin. Yeah. I mean, I think she has grabbed an affordability message and run with it. She, everything about her reeks of competence. And when you are trying to contrast yourself with the national party led by Donald Trump, I mean, just standing there and looking competent is a political advantage at a moment when his approval rating, as you said, is plunging by the hour. But I think, the story of Doge and Elon Musk and his chainsaw was a hot story that we all covered, but it receded and was replaced by the next trauma, which was a capitulation of law firms. A lot of those law firms have offices and big staffs in Washington, D.C. That story surged and then abated, and then of course, we've landed on the shutdown. If you live in Washington, D.C., your local television and print coverage is still about all those stories every single day. Yeah. Because that is either you or your spouse or your parent or your neighbor, and they're out of work. And there are people that never thought they'd experience food insecurity or look at changing their kids' schools, but they are suddenly not just out of jobs, but out of careers. If your career was in foreign aid, there is no place to go work. If you were a lawyer for the government, you didn't just lose your government job. You can't go to a law firm because half of them are working for Donald Trump's Commerce Department now. So the stories that sort of flame and burn really hot, but then receive from national attention, those are daily drumbeats in D.C. and Virginia.
As the Virginia economy was cratered by Trump's actions in Republican politics in Washington, I'm going to interrupt myself because NBC News is now projecting a winner in the Virginia governor's race. NBC News can now project that the state of Virginia will have its new governor. First ever female governor will be Democrat Abigail Spanberger. NBC News projecting that she has defeated Winsome Earl Sears in the Virginia governor's race. Now, again, as we were just describing, Virginia, I mean, it always does off-year elections. 11 out of the last 12 governor's races, the party that controls the White House lost the governor's race in Virginia. This is something that sort of structurally was on the Democrat side. But in addition, Simone and Lawrence, we've got this situation in Virginia where we've got hundreds of thousands of people whose jobs are linked to the federal government. The Virginia economy has been cratered by Trump and Republican policies in less than a year in office. In Washington, and Winsome Earl Sears, whatever her skill rules were, as a candidate, and she's the serving lieutenant governor of the state, she would not say one critical word about Donald Trump and the Republican Party at a time when the state is really being hurt by it. I don't see how you could be the best campaigner in the world and win against those kind of
Donald
headwinds.
Trump declared war on Virginia. And it's not California. It's a state that Republicans have won and can win. And he attacked it, first of all, sending Elon Musk, in effect, there with his chainsaw to just cut away massive numbers of jobs in Virginia. That's cutting the tax base in Virginia. It's cutting the state's ability to finance its own government. It's just a stunning attack on Virginia, a state that could be winnable for Republicans. And Virginia voters tonight have said we have got to defend ourselves against this attack.
Well, Simone, I want to get your reaction to that. I just tell our viewers that's Spanberger's election night headquarters in Richmond tonight. A live look there, as NBC News has just projected that Abigail Spanberger, the Democratic candidate, will be the next governor of Virginia.
You know, I spoke to the Speaker of the House of Delegates in Virginia, Don Scott, before I came on air tonight, and I said, "What do you think about this race?" He said he thinks Spanberger's going to win, and he said, "quote, it doesn't benefit you to be MAGA when MAGA isn't on the ballot. You might want to be responsible." That's what he had to say about Winsome Earl Sears and the sitting lieutenant governor in the state. And I've talked to other senior Democrats in the state who said that they have been seeing, again, anecdotally, turnout that has exceeded presidential year turnout in some of their precincts. And I think that's why we're able to call it so early here for Abigail Spanberger. There are other races. The House of Delegates, every single member of the House of Delegates is up for re-election tonight. Right now, there's a Democratic majority, a 51-49 majority. We should be looking to see how if Democrats retain that majority, and if they do, how can they grow it?
In terms of the other races on the ballot in Virginia, eventually, Ali, we're going to go to you and want to ask you about the lieutenant governor's race and the attorney general's race. Those are the other two statewide races in Virginia tonight. But you're absolutely right that the legislative seats, the Virginia State Senate, not on the ballot tonight, but the state legislature, the House of Delegates is, and that's particularly high stakes. We've been talking about that California Prop 50 and the redistricting issue. If Virginia is going to redistrict in order to send more Democrats to Congress from Virginia as part of this nationwide arms race, it's going to be that House of Delegates margin that's going to make all the difference as to whether or not they're able to do that. Now, are we going to control them? We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back right for poll closings right at the top of the hour in New Jersey. Don't go anywhere. It is 8 o'clock on the East Coast, which means polls have just closed in the great state of New Jersey. In New Jersey, of course, it is a gubernatorial battle between Democratic Congresswoman Mikie Sherrill and former state assemblyman Jack Ciattarelli, who is making his third run for governor in New Jersey. This race at this point is too early to call in New Jersey. We will keep eyes on that as we start getting the first vote in, where, again, polls have just closed. We have just had a very important call. NBC News projecting that in the Commonwealth of Virginia, the new governor in Virginia will be Democrat Abigail Spanberger, defeating Republican Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears. This is a flip of the governor's seat in Virginia from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party. Abigail Spanberger, former CIA officer, Democratic Congresswoman, taking that seat for the Democratic Party in Virginia. We expect to hear from Abigail Spanberger soon. We will bring you her victory speech as soon as she starts speaking. Chris Hayes joins us now. Ari Melber, Michael Steele, good to have you guys here. Chris, let me get your reaction to this news out of Virginia.
Virginia, this is the first time that people have gotten to vote in a big election since the second Donald Trump term. And we're constantly trying to kind of like echolocate where the country is as we fly through this strange world we live in. And we use polling and we use reporting and we use little special elections. This is the best data we get. And this is real data. 4 years ago, in 2021, Glenn Youngkin won this state by 2 points. Spanberger's tracking maybe something of a double-digit win. That's a huge swing. Kamala Harris carried the state a year ago by 6 points. This is the first chance we have to be like, okay, voters, thumbs up, thumbs down broadly, how are we doing? And it's a big thumbs down for the direction of the country. And the thing I think is really important about tonight, the weirdest, most unnerving thing in some senses of the last 9-10 months is how little the Republican Party seems to care about the median voter. They seem to sort of give, like, no one seems to be tracking, like, hey, man, the guy's at 37% approval rating and not going great, got a bunch of seats you might lose. I do wonder whether, like, actual tangible results shocks the system a little bit in Washington.
Yeah.
It tends to. These races tend to do just that. And we all saw Chris Christie. We saw what happens when these bellwethers happen, when the voters are saying, I don't like the way this is going. You'll see if that happens.
Well, it's also on that point, on the Virginia race specifically, all the drama about Trump in the Virginia race was whether or not he was going to deign to associate himself with Winsome Earl Sears because he thought, presumably, that she was going to lose. And so you wouldn't want to sully Trump by associating her with him. Well, what about the prospect that he might help her win? Right. They're not working in those terms at all, because the Republican Party is about his fortunes and his fortunes alone. And that can be a real strategic problem, a real tactical problem in a race like that.
And the point that you made before about the gerrymander, I mean, typically, again, when I've watched the shoe on the other foot. Now, Democrats are very good at, like, freaking out, and they have higher levels of neuroses at a baseline level than the Republican Party. But, there are a bunch of competitive seats, and, like, generally the way this works is the people in the competitive seats starts to get worried that their association with the unpopular leader of the party is going to hurt them, and they start to do things about that. We have seen none of that.
They're not allowed to.
They're not allowed to. But one wonders if, like, a little bit of, like, gravity is real, this is the way it works, people don't like it, you should start thinking about your own political future, starts to dawn a little bit if the night goes the way that Virginia looks like it's going right now. We have a call on that race, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and not only for these Virginia Republicans who may lose tonight, but for Glenn Youngkin, who all signs indicate really wants to run for president in 2028. And if the way he's leaving office is by Republicans losing up and down the ballot in his state and leaving behind essentially an electoral wasteland for his party, that's going to affect his ability to put together what seems to be a good run and not too long from now in 2028.
Look, I think, and I don't know what you think when you hear, this is the point. I mean, Speaker Mike Johnson, whose actual job is White House Director of Legislative Affairs, has not seated a member of Congress who won over a month ago after going on a podcast and saying he too thinks the Epstein files should be released. Someone reined him back in with a shock collar or whatever they have on him to control his behavior, and he has not done the basic function of his job, which is to swear in a member of Congress who won. So, what my point is that worrying about the political standing is downstream from doing the functions of their job. So not only are they not worried about their political standing, they're not doing the basic functions of their jobs. Now, I think it raises a much bigger question, and even if we're on for 12 hours, we probably can't answer it. Why not? But if the plan was to rig the maps, Gavin Newsom just delivered a blow to that as well. And if the Virginia House goes for the Democrats, that will be more seats to address the rigging of the maps. I think the political questions could be answered overnight. They could end the shutdown overnight. But again, Trump's going the other direction and saying he won't even reactivate. I mean, he's got to get out of jail free card politically if he wants it, in that a judge just required him to fund SNAP. And so I think on the politics, they're running in the opposite direction of gravity.
Ari and Michael, I want to get you on both of these points, but I first want to go to Ali, who I believe is getting in the first vote from New Jersey.
Yeah, we got the first votes in from New Jersey right now. It's just 6%. If you look at the map, you can just see it's three areas. Let's go to this one here, Hudson County, which is basically a New York suburb. This is Jersey City. 40% of the vote is in right now. Mikie Sherrill's got 78.4% of this vote right now. Take a look at how this compares to Kamala Harris. She got 62.3% of the vote in 2024. And Phil Murphy, the current governor, got 73.5 of that. So again, Mikie Sherrill outperforming both the sitting governor and Kamala Harris in the last election. Let's go down here to Gloucester County, 20% in right now. Mikie Sherrill's got 70% of the vote. Donald Trump had 50% of the vote last time. So Jack Ciattarelli, for the moment, underperforming. But again, let's just see how that goes. This is just south of Philadelphia, so we'll see how that goes as it comes in. And then finally, Ocean County here, 41% of the vote. Ciattarelli is leading there, 63.2%. Again, underperforming Donald Trump, who came in at 67.2%. Still early, but it's notable that the same pattern that we saw in Virginia is occurring in New Jersey, where Mikie Sherrill is winning. She's outperforming Kamala Harris, and she's outperforming Phil Murphy. Where Ciattarelli is winning, he's underperforming Donald Trump in the last election. So again, very early, but we just got a little bit more that's coming here. Essex County is 35% in. Mikie Sherrill, look at these numbers, 78.7. Kamala Harris had 71% in 2024. Phil Murphy did better than that in 2021 at 74. 78.7. These are remarkable numbers. Let's go back out to the state right now. We've got 12% of the vote in. Again, too early to call, but moving quickly, 54% to 45%. Not a dissimilar margin to what we're seeing in Virginia. These are big numbers, closing in on double-digit leads here. Again, in New York suburb, Bergen County, lots of people we know who work here live in Bergen County. Mikie Sherrill's got 51% of the vote right now. Kamala Harris had 50% in 2024. In 2021, Phil Murphy got 52.5%. So here's one place where we're going to see what happens. But again, not that much of the vote in right now. That's 20%. But you can see here that it's starting to populate very quickly, 16% in Burlington County. So I think we'll stay close to this and we'll have a lot of information for you. But statewide right now, too early to call. Mikie Sherrill at 54.4% versus Jack Ciattarelli at 45%.
Michael Steele, looking at this as a political professional, as the former Republican Party chairman, as lieutenant governor in Maryland, looking at those numbers and looking at what we've seen already from Virginia, what are you seeing?
Actually, a number of things. I'm having some flashbacks to Virginia and New Jersey in 2009, when we had Bob McDonnell and Chris Christie on the ballot. And there was a lot of talk about what it would pretend nationally. And I was always very cautious about that. I've always been very cautious about looking at races like this and projecting too much, because you can overstate the win in a way that sort of disguises some fault lines that may exist downstream. But the numbers do tell you a trend line. They do set in motion a trend line. The overperformance by both of these Democratic candidates in their states, respective states, is a big signal that not only have Democrats been able to make a case, but they've been able to make it in such a way that some of the voters, maybe a lot of their voters who stayed home in 24 and didn't play because they were mad about the price of eggs or they were mad about Gaza or whatever, they've cleared their eyes of that and are now looking squarely at this administration and what it is doing to the American people, what it is doing to their own personal safety and economics. So that's going to be a driver setting up 2026. I think to some of the points that Chris was making, here's the side of the Republican Party, this Republican Party, you cannot lose sight of. The reason they don't care, it seems like they don't care, is because they got a plan B.
Well, definitely, yes.
And the plan B is the state election offices that they now control. And setting up those operations going into 26 to make sure not just that you have ballot watchers and poll watchers, but they have their fingers in some degree on the system is something that you need to be mindful of, because you can't lose sight of that side of this equation of how they get the ultimate control. And, of course, all the other things that lead and feed into those various narratives. Tonight's a good night for Democrats. Tonight's a good night for the country, in the sense that you do have this ability to go out and vote and participate in the system as you're supposed to. And that, to me, is more important than anything else in the face of all the other things that have happened over the last 10 months that seems to tell us, oh, man, we're in trouble. But the American people are here to remind us we're resilient and we can and we will exercise our rights.
Well, to pick up on what Michael's saying, you know, sometimes we go hip-hop, but you're making me feel more Grateful Dead.
There you go.
Every silver lining has a touch of gray.
Yes.
And so here we are in the middle of, people are speaking up, and then you're like, but they might steal it, which we've all covered. So I feel you. I feel you on that. I would agree with everything that's been said, because a year ago, when we got these exit polls, it said 45% of voters felt worse off than before economically.
Yeah.
And it was worse than in the 2008 vote after the crash in terms of how people were feeling and what they'd been messaged. And so here we are a year later, and what I think we're seeing at least some Democrats succeed on is, how's that going? Are you better off than a year ago? And is this Trump thing working? Because if people voted on lower prices, they got revenge indictments. And if they voted on jobs, they got Doge and a shutdown, as you were all elucidating. And so in Virginia, you feel that one way. In New York, which is not representative of the whole country, but is a diverse version of a lot of the different groups you want to appeal to, including what the Democrats need, which is excited young people, and you have a message on affordability that may be working.
Right.
And so you loop that all together, and at this hour, it might be more silver lining than touch of gray, although we could do both, where some of this is breaking through, and you just flipped a state like Virginia that does look like the places you want to win in the future.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I should say the New York City mayoral race, polls are going to close there at the top of this upcoming hour at 9 p.m. We do have polls closed in New Jersey as of 8 p.m. Eastern. We have polls closed in Virginia as of 7 p.m. Eastern. And NBC News has projected a winner in the Virginia governor's race, Democrat Abigail Spanberger there. We are expecting to hear from Abigail Spanberger sometime soon. And as soon as she starts her victory speech, we will be bringing that to you live.
We have some news coming up here, of course, as we move along. You may have heard that in less than 2 weeks from now, the name of this channel is going to change. MSNBC will become MS Now. Nothing else will change. Okay, you watching this right now, you don't have to do anything. What you're doing right now is all you're going to have to do. You're just going to still find us on the same channel on your television that's mounted right now that you're looking at. We'll all still be here, same shows, same time, most importantly, with the same mission. So you'll be seeing a lot of promotion about that name change. We're proud to be kicking it off tonight with some really awesome new ads, including this one featuring poet and civil rights activist, the late Maya Angelou.
Polls closed about 19 minutes ago in the great state of New Jersey. Ali Velshi, what have we got from the Garden State?
All right, we got a lot, actually. Let me show you where we are. 21% of the vote in, making it too early to call, 64% to 35%. This is a big margin. Compared to where we were in 2024 in the presidential race, Kamala Harris won it by about 52%. Mikie Sherrill is at 64% right now. Compared to 2021, Phil Murphy won it. The governor race with 51%. Again, Mikie Sherrill at 64%. Let me just run you through this. The furthest most northeast county in New Jersey's Bergen County. This is where the George Washington Bridge ends up on the other side. Right now, 35% of the vote in. Mikie Sherrill's at 60% in there. Then you go to Hudson County, which is, again, another New York suburb. 78% of the vote going to Mikie Sherrill right now with 40% in. If you go to Essex County, this is where Newark Airport is. 35% of the vote in. 78, almost 79% of the vote going to Mikie Sherrill. Go just a little south of that to Union County. This is where the Port of Elizabeth is, one of the biggest ports in the entire country. Obviously affected by tariffs. 66% going to Mikie Sherrill there. Flemington County, 69% going to Sherrill. Mercer County, this is where Trenton is, 72.9. Let me show you how that compares to Kamala Harris, 65.7%. Go down further, closer to Philadelphia. Burlington County, 65% going to Mikie Sherrill. Camden County, which is Camden, right on the other side of the river from Philadelphia, 73% going to Mikie Sherrill. Compare that to 2024, 62% went to Kamala Harris back then. Go south from there and go to Gloucester County, again, a Philadelphia suburb, 70.7%. Again, this is a low number, 20%. So we're going to see what happens here. This one feels not as right to me. 70% going to Mikie Sherrill. Trump won this with 50% of the vote. And go down to Ocean County, Atlantic County, 18% of the vote in. Again, Mikie Sherrill outperforming at 67%. So same pattern we're seeing in Virginia. The Democrat outperforming both Kamala Harris and expectations.
Now, in Virginia, Ali, just to recap for our viewers, we have had NBC News project a winner in the Virginia governor's race. The Democrat Abigail Spanberger projected to win there. We have not checked in with you on the other statewide races, lieutenant governor and attorney general in Virginia. Do we have anything on this?
Yes, we do. Let me go to the attorney general race. I'm sorry, the lieutenant governor race, first of all. 51% of the vote is in. It's too close to call. Ghazala Hashmi, by the way, if she were to win this, she would become the first Muslim woman to to have won any office in the United States, any statewide office in the United States. She's at 53.1% of the vote versus John Reed. Again, she's outperforming Kamala Harris from 2024, who came in with 51.8. But again, 51.9. It's a closer race, but it's not that close. I mean, she's outperforming in high single digits. Let's take a look at the Attorney General race. This one's a little trickier because there was a little bit of a scandal involved. Jay Jones is still running ahead with exactly the same percentage of the vote is running ahead of the incumbent Jason Miyares, but it's very, very close, as you can see here. 50.4% of the vote in for Jay Jones, 49.1. So this one's tough. A few days ago, a lot of people were writing Jay Jones off entirely, saying there's no chance he's going to win. So it's a very good chance that the lieutenant governor, the Democratic lieutenant governor, wins in New Jersey. We're going to watch this one very closely, Jay Jones versus Jason Miyares.
But again, in both of those Virginia statewide races, again, we do have a call in the governor's race, but it's too early to call thus far in both lieutenant governor and attorney general's races. Thank you for that, Ali. We'll be checking back in with you. We are closely watching California tonight, where polls in California remain open for just a few more hours. Voters in California deciding a measure to redraw California's congressional map. A yes vote on Proposition 50 would open the door for Democrats to gain as many as 5 more seats in Congress. In next year's midterms, that would effectively counteract the Republican redistricting that was ordered up by President Trump in Texas, where they are trying to send 5 more Republican members of Congress from Texas next year. Tonight's vote in California is crucial, but by no means does it put an end to this national fight. In addition to Texas, we've got Republicans in Missouri and Ohio and North Carolina all trying to push through new maps that will aim to give their party a leg up in Congress. That, in turn, has triggered more blue states to respond. That's why we are seeing these people lined up in California tonight to vote on Prop 50. But I will tell you, the latest Democratic-controlled state to weigh in on this just today is the great state of Maryland. Democratic Governor Wes Moore of Maryland has announced as of today that his state is going to form a new redistricting advisory commission. According to Governor Moore's office, this bipartisan commission will solicit public feedback from voters. It will ultimately make recommendations to Governor Wes Moore and to Maryland's legislature on how to potentially change, how to improve their congressional map.
Some big news there, and joining us now is Wes Moore, Democratic Governor of Maryland. Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening. It's a great evening.
All right, you're already excited. Happy election evening. Tell us about this effort. Are you trying to Trump-proof any election rigging? And if so, does that mean you have a partisan agenda in this project?
No, it just simply means that I want to make sure that Maryland has fair maps come next November when people vote. And, you know, and just to remind people why we are here, the reason that we are even in this situation is Donald Trump decided that he wanted to try to rig elections because he knew that his policies weren't popular. So he started picking and choosing which states that he thought should go through processes to determine whether or not they had fair maps. And as soon as this happened, I was just very clear that if we were going to have a mid-cycle conversation, national conversation about who has fair maps, that there was no way that Maryland was going to sit on their hands. If you look at the maps that Maryland has assembled right now, the maps that Maryland has assembled right now were put together in days and cut up neighborhoods, cut up jurisdictions. And so the reason that I made this announcement today and where I ordered a governor's redistricting advisory commission is because we are going to have a bipartisan group of leaders who are going to listen to the people of the state of Maryland, because we are just going to ensure that we will have fair maps within our state. And so we can have a situation when people are voting next November that the will, the hopes, and the aspirations of the people of Maryland will be heard after going through a fair process.
I have to interrupt you just for a moment. I'm sorry, Governor Moore. I'm sorry, Ari. We do have a call in Virginia. We have a call in the lieutenant governor's race. NBC News can now project that Ghazala Hashmi, The Democratic candidate for lieutenant governor in Virginia has prevailed in that race over Republican candidate John Reed. Again, that is a projection statewide for the lieutenant governor's race in Virginia. That means NBC News has now projected both the Virginia governor and Virginia lieutenant governor's races have been won by Democrats. I also need to update our call earlier from the Virginia Attorney General's race. In that case, we do not yet have a call on who is projected to win, but rather than being too early to call, the race for Attorney General in Virginia is now described as too close to call between Democrat Jay Jones and incumbent Republican Jason Miyares. Back to you, Ari.
Really striking there. We're going to obviously get into those results while we appreciate the governor hanging with us. You know what it's like on election nights. You've been in some yourself. So we're balancing. Thanks for staying with us. Go ahead.
You can interrupt me with news like that anytime you want.
Well, it takes us to the next question, which is you were just talking about the future midterm planning. As for tonight, it is early in the night. But what do you see here for your party? And specifically, are you doing anything different than the Democratic message a year ago tonight?
Well, you know, listen, it's a great night for democracy, and honestly, it really highlights the things that I had heard. I mean, I campaigned hard on behalf of Abigail Spanberger and on behalf of Mikie Sherrill, and whether I was with students over in Blacksburg who are talking about since Donald Trump has been in office that they have seen how their job prospects have now declined, whether I was with veterans in Richmond who are seeing how this federal government shutdown is having a direct impact on veterans because 1 in 4 federal government employees is actually a military veteran. And this shuttering that we are seeing, 30,000 people who are being fired from the VA, it's not just impacting veterans, it's impacting the veterans who are working at the VA. Or whether when I was in New Jersey, in Newark, and with preachers over in Newark campaigning on behalf of Mikie Sherrill, who are seeing how we have an administration who is spending their time and their effort banning books. And so the thing that we are seeing right now, and the thing that I'm really excited about is, you know, our push in Maryland around affordability, our push in Maryland around public safety, that people are seeing that the Democrats, this is a big tent and a big party. And whether it's, you know, our focus that we've had where, you know, we've seen as the Trump administration has tried to ban books in Maryland, I signed legislation banning the banning of books. That we have said that we're going to build more housing and build faster because we've got to increase inventory, or whether I made the large investments in local law enforcement in our state's history, that we're all focused on the same issues, affordability, public safety, and creating opportunity for people, and that this party might have a different ways of being able to get there, but our focus and our North Star stays exactly locked in.
Yeah, and if there's a book ban and you ban the ban, then there's no ban. The bad thing becomes a good thing eventually.
There's no ban.
Then there's no ban.
You ain't doing it in Maryland.
Governor, thank you again for joining us on election night. I know a busy night for everyone. Appreciate it. Rachel?
Yeah, it's interesting, him reacting with that big smile to the Virginia news. Obviously, Virginia and Maryland, states whose fates are often quite intertwined. Very different approaches to politics, but also neighbors in the D.C. region, profoundly affected by the economic impact of Trump and Republican policies in Washington.
Yeah, and you've also got, I mean, one of the things that's interesting as we watch these results come in, right? You've got the national mood, which is a real thing. I mean, when you talk about 2009, right? New Jersey and Virginia, like that, the national mood was very clear that night. And if you were, you would have been, you know, it would have been malpractice to ignore it, right? But then you've also got individual races, you've got candidate quality, local dynamics. One thing I think it's worth mentioning since we've called the Spanberger race is how much her opponent in this race focused on demonizing trans folks, talking about trans issues, running a million ads about trans kids trying to play sports. And I think thought that she looked at polling, she thought this was a motivating issue, and it did not work for her. And I do think it's worth everyone kind of sitting with that a little bit, particularly because we've heard so much about how this is a wedge issue the Democrats are on the wrong side of and are back-footed. Like, we've got a little bit of a test case in Virginia. Not the only thing that happened. There's national mood, there's candidate quality. But I think it's pretty striking how central those ads and that message was to that campaign. And how much that seems to have been thoroughly rebuked by voters who, to Westmore's point, do seem continually laser-focused on affordability and economic prospects as the things that are most...
Yeah, I mean, Winsome Earl-Sears refusing to put any distance whatsoever between herself and Donald Trump, herself and even House Republicans, who wants to associate themselves with Congress, but she wouldn't...
Not
put
even
any
Marjorie
distance there
Taylor
at all.
Greene.
Yeah, but then also thinking that she can ride this culture war stuff right to the end, and it looks like it paid off incredibly poorly for her.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Westmore is also smiling because he was a very in-demand surrogate. I mean, he was, I mean, we all covered President Obama's swing last weekend, but Westmore was there. You know, he was on the ground, and he's a rock star. And for all those candidates, he was in high demand, draws big crowds. A lot of people know him. He's been on television. He was here, was sort of had some of these jobs. He's been having this conversation and very much finger on the pulse. I think what will be interesting is how much more confidently Democrats talk about redistricting. If Gavin Newsom has succeeded in telling a story to the voters of California that has, I mean, it looks like a massive turnout for a ballot initiative. In California, there are no people on the ballot. It is an initiative about
they don't
something
have off-year elections.
It's
not
so
like
wonky.
a routine thing.
Like if 12 months ago we were like, hey, and in 12 months, a ballot initiative about mid-decade redistricting in California, where a really popular thing that banned it specifically from the last, I mean, we have traveled so much distance in terms of our understanding of the stories that we think are powerful and aren't, and the stories that we think can't be told and can. And I think the story on redistricting you have to give Democrats credit for doing all the things that people spent 5 months saying Democrats couldn't do. They can't go into hard places and communicate. Well, Gavin Newsom did. Yeah. I mean, he launched his own podcast. And again, not every at-bat was a home run in the eyes of his own supporters and his own party. But it looks like, is going to get, you know, an incredible result on something with a huge question mark around it that he launched with masked ICE agents outside of his event. It happened in the 4 o'clock hour. And when he launched Prop 50, it wasn't that long ago, it was in the heat of the raids in LA, and there were masked agents outside. The press covering them walked through these, and we called DHS. We said, why are they there? Oh, there's something nearby. I mean, what he has, I think, modeled in terms of storytelling around making the midterms fair will go the farthest toward ameliorating what you described as the Republicans' plan B.
Well, you know, again, this is, I'm glad you framed that the way you did, Nicole, because the redistricting piece is huge. If you want to know how we did 2010, I focused on state legislatures. Who draws the maps for Congress? Not Congress, the state legislature. So the redistricting piece is huge. How do I know that? I fought the governor of Maryland when I was state party chairman in 2000 on redistricting, on the maps the Democrats drew in the state of Maryland. And I won as the Republican chairman. He got the state Supreme Court to change the maps. The fight is there. The question is whether or not the Democrats can level up to the game, because you cannot go into this half-hearted. I think Gavin Newsom has shown a way to message, shown a way to fight with humor, and to fight with a little bit of panache, and to fight with a lot of grit, you know, not afraid to throw a punch when he had to. That's what you're going to have to do here, because the Republicans are doing what they're doing because they know they can get away with it. And there is no counterpunch coming. That's why what Gavin Newsom is doing is important. The thing that the good governor of Maryland has to worry about is that within his own party, the Senate president is not on board with this redistricting effort.
He's got to do a lot of moving inside the state.
And again, so that also goes to the fight that within the fight.
You got to do the work. Abigail Spanberger stepping up to the mic. NBC News projects that she will be the next governor of the state of Virginia. This is a flip from Republican control of that seat to Democratic control of that seat. Abigail Spanberger, a Democratic congresswoman from Virginia, a former CIA officer, one of a cadre of national security female Democratic candidates that are having a moment right now in Democratic politics. Alyssa Slotkin on our air earlier tonight talking about that. We're awaiting results from the New Jersey governor's race, where Mikie Sherrill is another one of that cadre, but Abigail Spanberger has prevailed tonight. We know that the Democrat has also won in the lieutenant governor's race in Virginia. The attorney general's race, which has had its ups and downs, is too close to call at this moment. Let's listen into this speech.
Thank you all so much. My fellow Virginians, tonight we sent a message. We sent a message to every corner of the Commonwealth, a message to our neighbors and our fellow Americans across the country. We sent a message to the whole world that in 2025, Virginia chose pragmatism over partisanship. We chose our Commonwealth over chaos. You all chose leadership that will focus relentlessly on what matters most: lowering costs, keeping our communities safe, and strengthening our economy for every Virginian. Leadership that will focus on problem solving, not stoking division. We chose leadership that will always put Virginia first. And Virginia, I cannot wait to get to work for you. Tonight we turned a page. We turned that page by listening to our neighbors, focusing on practical results, laying out a clear agenda, and leading with decency and determination. To everyone who helped us achieve this win, from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. I thank you for the trust that you have placed in me, and it is the honor of my lifetime to be elected the 75th governor of the Commonwealth. I would like to thank my opponent for a hard-fought race, the Lieutenant Governor's story, her military service, and her years of service here in Virginia deserve our respect and our gratitude, and I ask that you join me in wishing her and her family well. I also know that those who were supporting my opponent are disappointed today. And to those Virginians who did not vote for me, I want you to know that my goal and my intent is to serve all Virginians. And that means that I will listen to you, I will work for you and with you. That is the approach that I've taken throughout my entire career. I have worked with anyone and everyone, regardless of political party, to deliver results for the people that I serve. And that's because I believe in this idea that there is so much more that unites us as Virginians and as Americans than divides us. And I know in my heart that we can unite for Virginia's future, and we can set an example for the rest of the nation. Our founders understood this from the very beginning. They didn't choose to call Virginia a Commonwealth by accident. They chose it to signify that our government would be based on the power of the people united for a common good. Not for a political party, not for a president, not for a monarch, but for a common good, together. And tonight, Virginia proved that that tradition is alive and well. We are still a Commonwealth in every sense of the word. We are built on the things we share, not the things that pull us apart. And I am proud that our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. That's the Virginia I know, that's the Virginia I love, and that's the Virginia I will have the honor of serving as your next governor. I want to thank so many people for the support that they have given to our campaign. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your support. To our tireless volunteers, to those who believed in me, thank you. Thank you for devoting your time, your energy, and your conviction to this campaign. Thank you for braving the weather, the heat, and then the cold, and then the rain, and then the sun. It's Virginia after all. Thank you. Thank you for talking to your neighbors about the importance of this race. Thank you for recognizing that when we went person to person engaging, that we could bring people not just into supporting our campaign, but into engaging in our democracy. Thank you. We won this race because of you. To our campaign team, you're the best in the country. Every single member of our team, every single one of you, you work tirelessly for the change, the progress, the policies, the connection, and the respect that you want to see in our communities. Thank you for working so hard. Thank you for giving people hope. Thank you for knocking on doors in the sweltering heat. Thank you for showing kindness. Thank you for showing up in every corner of Virginia. Thank you for diving deep on policy. Thank you for capturing moments and the essence of our campaign. Thank you for reaching voters everywhere. And thank you for believing that Virginia could and would send a hopeful and joyful message tonight. Thank you for giving everything to this campaign and then some. And thank you to my family. To my husband, Adam. My partner in everything. I love you with my whole heart. I am grateful for you. And it is very strange to declare my love for you in front of millions of people. But every adventure we have ever been on has been worth it because you have been by my side. I love you. I'm grateful for you. And I cannot wait to see what the next couple of years bring. To my daughters, Claire, Charlotte, and Catherine, you inspire me and motivate me every single day. Everything I do to build a better future for you and for all of Virginia's children, and I am so proud of you every single day. I am lucky to be your mother. And Catherine, you did not clean your room today as you promised me. She's working on it. If I was working on it, we wouldn't have won this election, okay? To my sisters, my dearest and earliest friends, I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. To my friends who have traveled from around the world to be here with me today, thank you. Thank you for making me who I am, and thank you for always believing in me. And to my parents, I love you. Thank you for leading by example every day. And I know that today is a day that you all could have never imagined. But you taught me the importance of service to others and relentless hard work. And Mama, when I think about your life, from the time spent in foster care to putting yourself through nursing school and the challenges along the way, you made clear to us that to whom much is given, much is expected. And you have given me so much, born of your own struggles and your own challenges, and I know much is expected. And Dad, thank you for your example of service and tireless devotion to family and country. Nothing has made me prouder than to follow in your footsteps, so many steps along the way. I love you. I've talked a lot throughout this campaign about the importance of service and how it's shaped my life and my approach to public office, and that all came from my parents. But this commitment to service, it is not unique to my family. It's ingrained in so many of Virginia's families. It is part of Virginia's story. Here in Virginia, this is where American democracy was born and where we are still working to perfect it today, where James Madison built the framework for our Constitution to protect us from tyranny, where Washington and Jefferson fought to establish a government of, by, and for the people. It is also the place where Barbara Johns, a 16-year-old student from Farmville, led a walkout of students that became part of the Brown versus the Board of Education case to integrate public schools. Barbara Johns never gave up, and she showed us that no matter your age, you can be part of the change and the progress that you want to see here in Virginia and across the nation. We are a nation founded on ideas, but we are a country where it is up to us, the citizens, who must put those ideas into action. It is us, the citizens, who work to make the change and progress and build upon the foundations laid out over so many years. And Virginia, now it is our time to lead. Tonight, it's hard not to reflect on the nearly 2-year journey that we've taken together on this campaign. And just a few minutes ago, Adam said to our daughters, "Your mom's going to be the governor of Virginia." And I can guarantee those words have never been spoken in Virginia ever before. It's a big deal that the girls and the young women I have met along the campaign trail now know with certainty that they can achieve anything. It's a big deal to the women older than I am who forged the path in dreams, hard work, and in a belief that change and progress would be possible so that so many of us could follow in their footsteps in any career, in any role, in any challenge. The history Virginia is making tonight, it is yours. And I thank those who have come before me, and Mary Sue Terry in particular. She was the first woman elected statewide in Virginia. And because of her and the continued work of so many, there will be many more women to come for generations to come. So now that the campaign is over, the real work begins, because this was never about just winning an election. It was about what comes next. It's about the governing. Virginia voters made our choice tonight, and that choice was loud and clear. We are going to work to lower costs of renting, buying, or staying in your home. We are going to cut red tape and build homes families can actually afford. We're going to lower health care costs. We're going to crack down on predatory pharmaceutical practices and surprise billing. And we're going to produce more energy, and we are going to lower costs, and we're going to do it by producing more energy here in Virginia, and we're going to make sure that large utility users make sure that they pay their fair share. We're going to grow Virginia's economy by investing in apprenticeships and job training of the future. We're going to leverage AI and cutting-edge manufacturing to bring more capital investment into our Commonwealth. We are going to take politics out of our schools. We're going to make sure that teachers are well paid and well respected.
We're watching Abigail Spanberger's victory speech here in Virginia. There's something that's happened on stage that has everybody's attention. We're having a hard time figuring out exactly what this is. Maybe somebody has had a medical issue. We will be, looks like everything is resolved in a way that is okay. Governor-elect Abigail Spanberger has been projected to be the next governor of Virginia. NBC News has made that projection. We're going to take a quick break and come back at the top of the hour. We've got polls closing in New York City. I'll tell you as we are going to break, we do have a call in the Cincinnati mayor's race, in case anybody has been waiting for that. Aftab Pureval is the very charismatic incumbent mayor of Cincinnati, Ohio. He has defeated J.D. Vance's half-brother and will stay the mayor of Cincinnati. We'll be right back. We're so happy to have you with us here on this election night. Beaming to you here from MSNBC headquarters, we are just closing in to 10 seconds. We have just had polls close in the New York City mayoral race. New York City is another world and sometimes doesn't feel like America when you cover New York City politics. In this case, the New York City mayor's race is, in its own terms, absolutely riveting and unbelievable. But it also is going to have a lot to say about what's happening in the nation. There's been so many national crosscurrents in that election thus far. At this hour, at the poll closing, the NBC News call in this race thus far is that it is too early to call. between the Democratic nominee, Zohran Mamdani, and the independent candidate, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. The Republican candidate in the race, obviously, is Curtis Sliwa as well. But right now, too early to call between Mamdani and Cuomo. Now, this has been a big night for Democrats already in the great state of Virginia. We just saw the victory speech from Democratic candidate and now governor-elect Abigail Spanberger. She is projected to be the next governor of the state of Virginia, the first female governor Virginia has ever had. NBC News has also projected that in the lieutenant governor's race in Virginia, the Democratic candidate Ghazala Hashmi has also won that race as well. We're still watching the attorney general's race in Virginia, where NBC News is projecting that that race at this point is too close to call. Again, that's the attorney general's race in Virginia. Now, in New Jersey, we've had polls closed for just over 1 hour and 1 minute, and we've been watching results trickle in New Jersey, where we've got Democrat Mikie Sherrill against the third-time Republican gubernatorial candidate Jack Ciattarelli. Let's go back to Ali Velshi at the big board in terms of what we are seeing thus far from New Jersey. We got about a third of the vote in, Ali?
About a third of the vote in. It's trickling in slowly for a couple of reasons I'll discuss with you in a second. Right now, Mikie Sherrill's at 58.9%. to Jack Ciattarelli's 40.6%. Let's compare that to the 2024 election. Kamala Harris won the state with almost 52%. So you can see Mikie Sherrill's running way ahead of that. Let's go back to the last gubernatorial election. Chris Murphy was elected with 51%. Again, Mikie Sherrill running way ahead of that. However, this is all mail-in ballots and voting that was done ahead of today. Some of it is today's voting, but we're still waiting for that, and things may change. That said, you'll notice a few counties here where no votes are in at all, including this one, the very populous Passaic County. A judge has ordered that a lot of polls in Passaic County they're probably closing now, but be extended for an hour because bomb threats were called in today. Here's the thing I just want to point out. These are all the New York suburbs: Bergen County, Hudson County, Union County. This is where Newark Airport is, the Port of Elizabeth, all the places that you know about the people who live in New York live in. Big outperformance there for Mikie Sherrill. And what you're seeing, no matter what county you press, you are seeing that Jack Ciattarelli is underperforming Donald Trump in areas that he's winning, usually by more than a handful of percentage points in some cases. And Mikie Sherrill is way outperforming Kamala Harris in 2024 in places like Burlington County, which is a Philadelphia suburb, in Camden. Look at that. So Kamala Harris, 63% versus Mikie Sherrill, 72.5%. Donald Trump won Gloucester County, also a Philadelphia suburb. He got 50%. She's at 57.1%. So again, I want to caution you, across the state, we are only at 32% of the vote in. We're still waiting for a lot of same-day vote. And by the way, some of that is expected to favor Ciattarelli. So what you might find is the margin narrowing. But polling this week has shown the margin narrowing. Generally speaking, Mikie Sherrill's been ahead of Ciattarelli in all the polls, but some of them are within the margin of error, leading some people to believe that Ciattarelli could win the state of New Jersey. For the moment, with just about a third of the vote in, it's not looking like that, but it is too early for us to tell. We're going to keep a very, very close eye on that, and of course, the new votes that are coming in momentarily from New York City. Chris?
Ali, thank you. We have now joining us from the U.S. Capitol, Senator Bernie Sanders, who's one of the earliest supporters of the Democratic nominee for mayor in New York City, where polls just closed, Zohran Mamdani. Senator, we're getting word tonight in this race that turnout in New York is going to be the highest since 1969. So whatever has happened in this race, and I think a lot of it has to do with the kind of campaign that the Democratic nominee who you've endorsed and campaigned for has run, has really brought people out. What's your reaction to hearing that?
Well, I'm really excited about that. You know, I worry about the future of American democracy. I worry about people giving up on government, thinking their vote doesn't matter, tired of status quo politics. And the fact that you have a huge turnout in New York City tonight, no matter who wins, is a good sign for democracy. And I think you're right. I think Mamdani has done an extraordinary job in mobilizing people at the grassroots level and exciting people. I suspect some people come out because they don't want him to be mayor. But anyhow, it is a good day for New York that many people have voted.
Just, you know, we've just started to get the first tabulation of vote in. Of course, polls closing just at 9 p.m. So the very first votes trickling in tonight. You can see we've got about 36% in, sort of counted immediately. Mamdani opening up a lead of about 12 points on Andrew Cuomo. Curtis Lewa, who's running on the Republican ticket, with 8%. You know, people may or may not know this about you, Senator Sanders. Obviously, you were a member of Congress in Vermont. You've been a U.S. Senator. Your first big job in politics was as a mayor and as a socialist mayor in Burlington at the age of 40. And I'm curious what you learned about politics from the very, very practical exigencies of having to be mayor of a place when you first became mayor in Burlington.
Well, I think the lesson that I learned is what Zohran has been talking about, is you got to govern effectively. That means, in Vermont's case, you get the snow removed. You pave the streets. You make sure that your police department, your fire department, your streets department are working efficiently. And when you do that, people will give you leeway to start talking about some of the bigger issues facing the nation and your city.
Senator, I've gotten a chance to interview you a number of times through the years, and I would say one of your political talents and traits is to stay focused on a certain set of issues you really believe in, near and dear to your heart, and to touch home base on them. And Zohran Mamdani started his campaign laser focused on affordability, has continued to pivot to affordability. You can't get through 3 sentences without affordability. I'm curious what you think of his ability to do that, how important that kind of message discipline is, not just in a mayoral race, but as a general thing for Democrats in this political environment.
Well, it is enormously important. And what Zohran has done is made it clear that at a time when we have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had, when the rich are getting much richer, while so many of our people are struggling to pay the rent or mortgages, put food on the table, pay for childcare, pay for the basic necessities of life. What he is saying in New York City is, you know what? We are going to take on the oligarchs. We're not going to give them tax breaks. We're going to make sure they pay their fair share. We're going to pay attention to the working people of New York City. And that is what, in my view, Chris, we've got to do all over this country. People are hurting. They are sick and tired of a situation where one man, Mr. Musk, owns more wealth than the bottom 52% of American households. That is insane. There is no reason in the richest country on earth. Mamdani understands this. Most Americans understand that we are the only major country not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. So if you run your campaign saying and being clear that you're going to fight for the working class, you're going to take on the oligarchs, that the ideas that you are talking about are not radical. They already exist in many other countries around the world. That's how you win elections.
Senator Bernie Sanders, one-time mayor of Burlington, Vermont, member of the House, and now, of course, U.S. Senator. Thanks so much for your time tonight, Senator.
Thank you very much, Chris. Take care.
I mean, Burlington is very happy to have Senator Sanders as their senator. I think they'd be 10 times as happy to have him back as mayor. I gotta say.
You never know. He's still got more fight in him.
He absolutely does. Jen Psaki, Stephanie Ruhle, very good to have you with us. Let me get your reaction to what you've been hearing over these last few minutes. We just had polls close in New York. We've got a big call in Virginia. We're still watching stuff come in New Jersey. How are you feeling about what you're seeing tonight, Jen?
Well, first of all, as a Virginian, I will say that one of the things that she talked about through the course of the campaign was the impact on the federal workforce. And I know Nicole talked about this before, and it may sound like just something we say on TV, but at the bus stop I go to, and I think at bus stops throughout Northern Virginia, this is what people are talking about. The impact on their lives, the impact of the dismantling the federal government. This is what they care about. And she is somebody, I mean, she just gave a really solid speech. We were just talking about Abigail Spanberger, I'm sorry. Yes. She just gave a really powerful speech, probably one of the best speeches I've seen her give. She's gotten better. I think Nicole said this, I agree with this, through the course of the campaign as a public speaker. She also is not somebody who's going to do a TikTok video, right? I mean, she is competent. She's the opposite of chaos. That is still a winning strategy and a winning combination of characteristics for a candidate. And I think that's one of the things that race tells us. I would just say on Senator Sanders, one of the things about Zohran Mamdani, and he just gets caricatured probably more than anybody else out there on the public scene. He ran as an anti-establishment candidate, right? He did not run with, I mean, he ran against somebody who was from a generational family, Andrew Cuomo, who had more money than who knows what, who had every endorsement. I had to practice pronouncing his name. I don't know if I'm the only one, about 8 months ago. He showed up places, he was relentless in his message, and he was anti-establishment. So I think there's a lot of caricaturing of him, but I hope that's part of the takeaway if he wins this race, he looks on the path.
It's also, you know, a very good point about his message discipline, which, I mean, people can take shots at because that makes him a more polished politician or whatever. But how is it possible that we just had a mayoral race in New York City where nobody much talked about the fact that the sitting mayor was federally indicted on corruption charges and then pardoned by the president in a transparently corrupt effort to have a wholly owned New York City mayor in the president's pocket, who then got shellacked in the polls and then at the last minute endorsed Andrew Cuomo, who won't talk about that fact.
Well, Rachel, I'm pretty sure Cindy Adams closes her New York Post column every day with "Only in New York, kids.
Yes.
Only in New York."
Yes, it's true.
For me, Spanberger, after years of decline, 18 to 29-year-olds who had been moving away delivered for her by a 35-point margin. Like, that tells us that when Donald Trump is not on the ballot, but his record is, people do not show up for him.
Yeah, and I want to talk about a little bit with some of the returns we're getting. One of the things that happened if you go back to 2018, right, so the first midterm of Donald Trump's first term, one of the things we saw was Democrats had a good night, but places that were getting Trumpy were getting even Trumpier in that first midterm election.
Yeah.
I mean, right? Republicans won a few Senate seats in Missouri and Montana, states that were very difficult for Democrats to defend. Not Montana. What you see in Virginia tonight, if you look at county level, is basically every single county moving towards Democrats. Including the rural ones, right? So one of the things we saw in the Trump years was you'd have these nights where the top line would be the Democrats are doing well or Trump is, Republicans are doing well. But when you went down, you saw the Trumpier counties getting Trumpier and the non-Trumpier counties getting even non-Trumpier. What we're seeing tonight in Virginia, if you look at the county level, everything moving towards the Democrats.
Including the Trumpy counties.
And in demographics, too. So young people, men, women. So what we're seeing is like a real kind of wholesale shift as opposed to just the continuation of those.
All of these elections are about affordability and who's delivering on them.
Yes.
Zohran Mamdani's message right now, while his policies are wildly different, he gained extraordinary popularity in the same way Trump did in 2015, 2016, saying the system doesn't work for you, it's broken, I'm going to make America affordable. Fast forward to Trump 2.0, these counties are perhaps not getting Trumpier because he's not delivering for them. Trump 2.0 isn't even speaking to that classic MAGA voter. It's speaking to the ultimate wealthiest establishment that shunned him in 2015. So it's not a surprise when you look at those rural counties how they're saying, well, I'm sorry, your policies aren't delivering for me.
And the end, you mentioned this earlier, Chris, and as, again, living in Northern Virginia, there are so many ads. You're like, what in the hell is going on? There's all these anti-trans ads every time you turn on the TV. It was the majority. I looked this up because I was curious. 57% of all of the money spent by both the campaign for Winsome Sears as well as the outside groups was on anti-trans ads.
More than 50%?
More than 50%. And every time you turned on the TV for a long while, that was what was on the TV. The other lesson, I think, is you can't take a page out of the Trump playbook and just expect it to work. That's what she basically did. And they were usually able to do that, but they weren't able to do that in that race.
I'll just say in New York, the version of that is really gross. Islamophobic and bigoted stuff that's been directed at Zohran Mamdani that has just been pummeling the airways where they're within an inch of basically saying the guy did 9/11. I mean, honestly, it's gotten incredibly gross here. And I think, to your point, like, that to me is a sign of desperation more than it's a sign of confidence. It was clearly the case in Virginia. We'll see tonight what happens in New York.
But Chris, if I'm a federal worker living in Northern Virginia and I'm home because of the shutdown, not getting a paycheck, and I'm watching TV and it's an endless stream of anti-trans ads, that doesn't matter to me.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And we will see these dynamics that you guys are talking about in terms of the way the campaign was run or maybe mismanaged on the Republican side. The Democrats in the Virginia legislature have put out a press release already tonight crowing about how they have done great. Virginia State Senate not on the ballot. Virginia House of Delegates on the ballot. Democrats have a 51-49 majority, and we don't know exactly how that's all going to shake out. We can't call it, but they are crowing that they have increased their majority tonight. And you can't do that with statewide vote. You have to do that all over the Commonwealth of Virginia. Back to you, Ali Velshi, for our first look, really, at the numbers that we've got from New York City.
And they are remarkable. A couple of things. We've got an update now. 43% of the vote is in. The overwhelming majority of this was early, but now we're starting to get today vote in. The New York Board of Elections says we have surpassed 2 million votes in New York City. The last time 2 million votes were surpassed in New York City was the year 1969. So this is very big. New York City-wide, Zohran Mamdani getting more than 50% of the vote right now. Andrew Cuomo coming in at about 40% of the vote. The interesting story here is Curtis Sliwa is coming in with 8.2% of the vote, lower than a lot of the predictions. I'm clicking this because I'm going to see if Eric Adams, who is technically on the ballot, is showing up, but he's not. Let's just go around New York for a quick second here and go to Manhattan. Right now, again, 49% of the vote in. Zohran Mamdani, 52-43, so almost a 10% lead. Curtis Sliwa, who is the official Republican candidate, the vote has entirely collapsed for him, 3.3%. There's some theory that his votes went to Cuomo. Donald Trump, of course, endorsing Cuomo. Elon Musk endorsing Cuomo. Let's go to Bronx. 51.4% of the vote going to Mamdani. Smaller percentage going to Cuomo, 39.2%. Curtis Sliwa doing a little better in the Bronx, as expected. More Republican votes, generally speaking, in the Bronx. In Queens, Zohran Mamdani's home borough, 48% of the vote. So that's the only place so far that he's under 50%. 48. Cuomo's doing pretty well there, 39, but still almost a 9-point spread. Curtis Sliwa doing better there, 11.4%. Go to Brooklyn. Take a look at this. Zohran Mamdani, 59.3% of the vote to Andrew Cuomo at 34%. Curtis Sliwa at 5.2%. And then finally, Staten Island. This is the place that you would expect that Cuomo would do better. It's the only borough he's winning in, 54.5%, with 60% of the ballots in. 54.5% going to Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of the state of New York. Curtis Sliwa coming in second there with 23.6% of the vote. So if you add these two up, the anti-Mamdani vote in Staten Island is pretty significant. Mamdani coming in with 21.3% of the vote in Staten Island. Again, that would be expected. Staten Island, the most conservative of the boroughs in New York. But as of now, with 43% of the vote in, 50% going to Zohran Mamdani. The question wasn't in most people's mind whether he would win. It would be, would he get more than half of the vote, and then what would he do with that, given his ambitions? Would that be considered a mandate, or would he then try and coalesce around the larger New York community?
All right. Overall, we've got about just over 40% of that vote in New York City. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back on the other side of this, we're going to look at how much of the vote is in New Jersey. We are keeping a very close eye on that very interesting governor's race. We're also still watching the AG's race in Virginia. We've got some news to tell you about out of Pennsylvania. So much to come. We'll be right back. Polls have been closed in the great state of New Jersey for about an hour and 20 minutes. And at this point, we are watching those returns come in, closely watching this governor's race. NBC News is projecting this as too early to call. You see that we've got about 59% of the vote in. Ali Velshi at the big board, tell us what you are seeing.
We've just actually seen a bit of a jump. So we now, for the first time all evening, have votes in from every county in New Jersey. The pattern is the same. Now, we've got a bit of a problem with some counties in the middle here where there's a delayed vote count, including the very populous Passaic County, which is 38% in. That's because there were bomb threats called in, so they extended voting. But again, Mikie Sherrill is running ahead for now. This is a county that Donald Trump won in 2024 with 49%. Mikie Sherrill's at 59%. Let's take a look at Bergen County. Again, 37%. We're waiting for more vote there. Mikie Sherrill's running 10 points ahead of where Kamala Harris was. In Hudson County, a little south of that, 68% of the vote in, a bigger share. Mikie Sherrill at 74% versus Kamala Harris's 62%. Take a look at the places where Jack Ciattarelli is leading. In Sussex County, 63% of the vote in. He's trailing Trump by about 5 points in Sussex County. In Warren County, he's trailing Trump by about 8 points there. Let's go to another conservative county, Monmouth County, 90% of the vote in, so we're almost done there. He's pulling ahead. He hasn't exceeded Donald Trump's vote anywhere in the state, but he's pretty close there, 54.2 to 54.6. If you look at Ocean County, same thing, 84% of the vote in. He's within a couple of points of where Donald Trump was. Go down to let's go down here to Salem County, same thing, well, just 24%. So let's skip that for now. Cape May County, 81% in. Chitterelli's almost where Trump is. So as you're seeing more votes come in to Republican counties in New Jersey, you're seeing the margin between Mikie Sherrill and Cittadella narrow. But the bottom line is right now, statewide, with 61% of the vote in, you're still seeing a pretty comfortable lead. Mikie Sherrill at 56.9, Jack Cittadella at 42.6. And remember, these areas around New York City where we're still waiting for vote to come in, they're overwhelmingly going to favor Mikie Sherrill. So again, too early to call, but we're
let me interrupt you.
Oh, okay.
NBC News has a call to make in the New Jersey governor's race. In the New Jersey governor's race, NBC News projects that the Democratic candidate, Congresswoman Mikie Sherrill, has prevailed over Republican candidate Jack Cittadella.
No.
This was by no means foretold.
No.
This was a race that was considered to be the closest big deal race of the night, likely, based on polling. Jack Cittadella making his third consecutive run for governor in New Jersey, therefore having high name recognition in the state. Mikie Sherrill, a fairly moderate national security Democrat, fairly new to New Jersey politics, even though she has been in Congress for several terms now, prevailing in this race. This is a big deal. Ali Velsh's been watching those numbers come in, and we could start to see those trends emerge. This is a live shot of Mikie Sherrill's election night headquarters. I believe that's in East Brunswick, isn't that right? So we're going to be watching this. We're expecting, obviously, a victory speech from Mikie Sherrill, but this is a very big deal. Stephanie Rowland,
I'm going to tell you,
yeah.
In a recent interview, when she said that she thought pork roll, egg, and cheese was disgusting, I was honestly worried for her. In a statement, I'm like, she may have blown it in my home state. I mean, this is pretty extraordinary, especially Mikie Sherrill is not from New Jersey, okay? And this is a state where sort of hometown authenticity means a lot to people. This is an extraordinary win. I was just at her rally that President Obama spoke at on Saturday night. Listen, it was a tight race. This is something very, very few people expected. Really big win for her.
I will also say there's a machismo factor in New Jersey politics that a lot of people thought was a ceiling for women. I mean, she defeated 5 men in the Democratic primary in order to become the Democratic nominee, and then up against Cittadella, who definitely leaned into that in terms of his campaign style. Mikie Sherrill winning and this being called less than 90 minutes after poll closing, Nicole, is really impressive.
Well, and it suggests that all the chatter about how tight it was dead wrong. And so it sort of brings us back to where we started, that we don't know anything until the voters speak.
Yeah.
And so tonight is, of course, about the voters, and we'll learn why it was perceived to be so close. You know, was it vibes? Is there a limit to vibes? Is there a limit to the transferability of Trumpism to the Trumpiest of MAGA Republicans? It would seem that there are. I think one of the other hinge points that we have to start to suss out is whether Trump can do all the audacious things that he likes to do while people's personal economies are dire. And I think that the first term was obviously had COVID, blew up in the middle, and it was a global pandemic, and it scrambled the perception of what he had done to the economy. Before that, people had, for whatever reason, vibes that his wealth was transferable. His people would make any excuse possible to say that they just felt better with his hand on the steering wheel of the economy. This time around, he's doing 3 things that he didn't dare to do the first time. One is to publicly take command and control of the Department of Justice and prosecute the people he doesn't like. 2, to say the military works for me and to blow up boats that he says have drugs on them. And 3, knock down the actual White House. I mean, these are 3 things he didn't do the first term. We're month 9. He's doing things that he didn't dare to do the first time he was president, and people feel like garbage about their personal economies. We may be seeing the political limits of that as a brand.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I mean, Jack Cittadella, he's run 3 times, right? And he has evolved like a chameleon through the course of these 3 runs. The first time he ran, and you remember this well, he ran as kind of a technocrat, really not that partisan at all, right? And then he kind of evolved over time. And this time he ran as a little bit of like a Glenn Youngkin type character, right? Where he was saying, I'm for his policies, I'm not for his tone. So to Nicole's point about transferring, he tried to transfer, right? And get some of the Trump energy that allowed Trump to only lose by 6 points. We don't know what the outcome is, but it didn't work.
But Trump freezing money for the Gateway Project hurt.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's thousands of jobs. And to Nicole's vibe point, machismo is very loud. And Trumpism is loud, and Trump gear and all that is loud in a state of loud New Jersey voters. But clearly, the numbers didn't bear out.
Well, she's about to be the first female governor of New Jersey ever. Phil Murphy, who is the incumbent Democratic governor, is not popular in New Jersey. But this will be the third consecutive time when we've got the Democratic Party holding the governorship in New Jersey. A single party has not held the New Jersey governorship for 3 straight terms since 1961.
Exactly. Yeah.
But Mikie Sherrill has just pulled that off.
But the thing about machismo is that, you know, the much ballyhooed manosphere, which had me spending hours I'll never get back in my time on this earth listening to podcasts that I'll never unhear, may have misread how those men were drawn to Trump and Trumpism. Because the most emasculating thing on the planet is the loss of your purchase power, the loss of the ability to pick up a tab, the loss of the ability. You know how much a cart at Costco costs? A load of money. The carts are huge and everything is expensive. I mean, the impact on the economy, to people's sense of their power and their agency is massive. And no one except Marjorie Taylor Greene seems to care about it in the MAGA coalition.
And one of the things that was interesting that I picked up in talking to folks in New Jersey and Virginia tonight, and it's particularly true in Virginia, it was an interesting comment. Voters are exhausted. They're tired. They're tired of the whole constant drumbeat. Everything. They're on edge. They just feel there's this constant pressure on them to pay attention to what Trump is doing and to somehow be responsive to that. And meanwhile, to your point, Nicole, moms and dads are sitting down at kitchen tables and going, the books aren't balancing.
It doesn't add up.
It doesn't add up. And wait a minute, you mean they cut the SNAP program? What are we? My husband just lost his federal contract?
Yeah.
Because the downstream effect of what Trump did, and this has been lost, I think, in translation, it's not just the federal and government employees who've been impacted. It's been the contractors and the men and women who work with the federal government whose jobs were frozen or lost or businesses closed because of what Trump did. And so you compound the pressure of just having to be tuned into everything this man is doing 24/7 with his damn tweets. And then I got to sit down and balance my books too. And he's telling me it's all good. And yet on Halloween, he's hosting this Great Gatsby Gala after having torn down the White House, weaponized the DOJ against people that I know. It all comes back and people get exhausted and they're just tired.
And I think in New Jersey, I mean, we should know it should have really ran a pretty good race, like compared to
I need to interrupt.
Yeah,
okay. NBC News can project at this hour that the winner of the New York City mayoral race
there you go.
will be Zohran Mamdani, the state assemblyman from Queens, who ran an insurgent campaign that absolutely blindsided the Democratic establishment. He wiped out former Democratic Governor Andrew Cuomo in the Democratic primary, causing Cuomo to come back and run as an independent, leading the Republican candidate, Curtis Sliwa, as a sort of also ran. But NBC News can project that Zohran Mamdani will be the next mayor of New York City. He is not, despite popular impression, will not be the youngest man ever elected governor of New York. There have been some younger than him, but this is a very big deal, and this will have, even though New York is sui generis, New York is its own thing, this will have political shockwaves around the country for the Democratic Party and for the way the Republican Party likes to talk about the Democratic Party.
It is worth noting that Mamdani had essentially zero name recognition. He was 1% of the polls. The thing that lifted him out of obscurity was that he went to 2 districts that had swung heavily for Donald Trump, working class districts, working class voters of color, one in the Bronx right by Fordham Road, which I know well, one in Queens, and he talked to people about why they had voted the way they had. And in fact, there's behind-the-scenes footage of him holding a sign saying, "Let's talk election," and going up to people, "You want to talk to the election?" I'm like, yeah. And his focus on winning back those voters is actually where that campaign started. That is the first thing he did. This was 3 or 4 days after the election. And the idea that if you talk to working class voters, the reason that New York City had swung to Trump was affordability, and people feel that they couldn't afford things. And out of that engineered this campaign that is one of just in pure from out of nowhere to victory trajectories I have not seen in a very long time. I mean, I live in New York. I grew up in New York. I've covered New York. I know New York politics. Like, I vaguely knew there was a young socialist assemblyman named Zohran Mamdani, and I'm as plugged in as they come. It is an incredible turn of events that he is going to be the mayor of New York City.
Yes. Well, and there's two things going on here. I mean, I keep saying this, and I'm sort of tongue-in-cheek about it, but not really. New York, there's New York and there's America.
Right.
Like, New York is a very different kind of place. New York is one of the world's greatest cities, if not the greatest city in the world. It is the definition of cosmopolitan, and it therefore has different politics and different vibes and different just contours in terms of the way people think about it and whether it translates to the rest of everything going on in America. At the same time, what we have is a New York City mayor's race that has an incredible amount of attention from the White House, an incredible amount of attention from the national media and the national political media, with both parties kind of freaking out about not just his success in this race, and we now know he's won, but how talented he is, and how much it resonates, and how much he scrambles some of the traditional, what we think of as the traditional partisan
I think to your point, Rachel, what Democrats should be excited right now. If I'm the chairman,
having the best possible night they could so far.
But for the right reason.
Yeah.
Okay, understand, they got to be excited for the right. If I'm the chairman of the DNC right now, you know what I'm saying? Look at how diverse our party is.
Exactly.
Look at how we govern from one of the more conservative states like Virginia to one of the more cosmopolitan cities in the world like New York. And the people of this country chose us. And in the middle is New Jersey, which is a cosmopolitan city in its own right, right?
It brings us, no one says that.
No one says that.
You're the first person to ever say
Look,
that.
I said it in its own right.
Siri, what's the opposite of cosmopolitan?
I deeply appreciate that.
I didn't win lieutenant governor for nothing. So, but I think that this is got to be one of those moments where you take the plank out of your eyes and you see what the country's saying to you. Well, you hear what the country's saying, and you see who they're trusting. And I think this is pretty exciting for them. If they,
it's a very diverse slate of Democrats.
Think about how Democrats felt after Donald Trump won, right? They were crestfallen. They were deflated. Now, just think about voter turnout in all of these places. The enthusiasm after months of Democrats across the board just feeling deflated and feeling like, have we lost our way? They found their way with a diverse group of leaders representing different styles for different states.
And there's also this thing that people do where they take 2 points on a chart and they just like draw this line that extends out forever. And it's like, well, young men are going to be reactionary forever. I was like, well, maybe they are. I mean, I don't know. It was one election. Like, let's how about we check back in a year? And it's like, oh, well, actually, it looks like young men are not, like, to the extent we're looking at the exit polling, they're voting differently because things change and people respond. And it's not just like
campaigns matter and candidates matter.
And if you add to your list a thing without a person on it, Prop 50 in California, you're going to have a leader in a cosmopolitan city, a leader in a, we're calling it a cosmopolitan state for the purposes of tonight's coverage, a leader in Virginia, and a thing so wonky a year ago no one would have thought that Gavin Newsom could have convinced more people to vote for this thing without a person attached to it. So, I mean, your point about how quickly a fortune could, and your point earlier, how quickly it can change back. I mean, the message now is, I think, to protect the institutions of voting, like our democracy depends on it, because they're going to see these results too on the other side.
Can we open up, can we just hear what it sounds like at Mamdani headquarters right now? Yeah, we'll listen to that. So this is the Paramount Theater in Brooklyn, which is Mamdani headquarters tonight. I imagine that I should actually ask the control room by saying it live on television. Do we have any idea about expected speeches from Mamdani and from Mikie Sherrill in New Jersey? We've had calls in both of those races. We expect Mikie Sherrill first, I am told, but then we also expect a speech from Zohran Mamdani.
To your point about New York being a very distinct place from the rest, although it is larger than 38 states in our union, I will just say, in terms of population. They have their own local news cable channel that they're watching there.
New York One, yeah.
New York One, which is a great channel. But one of the things I think is important to think about in this diversity, right, is like, you wouldn't run Zohran Mamdani in the gubernatorial race in Virginia.
Yes.
Like, everyone understands that that's not probably going to work.
Exactly.
And I don't think Spanberger wins the New York City mayoral race. And Rob Sand, who's trying to be governor in Iowa as a Democrat, who's the only statewide elected Democrat in that state, running in a state where Kim Reynolds, the incumbent governor, has the lowest approval rating of any governor in the union, in a state whose economy is contracted by 5.6%, Rob Sand in Iowa is going to sound very different than Zohran Mamdani in New York.
This is like
this is the whole thing, right? And you have to figure out a way, for the Democrats have to figure out a way to have a national brand that coheres in some level, but is going to be quite variable from place to place.
And the key thing, I think, is rejecting this question. I think there was a headline, maybe in New York Magazine, not to call them out, is Abigail Spanberger or Zohran Mamdani the future of the Democratic Party?
Yes.
And the answer is
yes.
it's like both and neither.
Right.
Like in the sense that Zohran Mamdani is going to be the mayor of New York City.
Right.
This is the biggest city in the country. You know what he should do? Be the mayor of New York City and not leave the 5 boroughs, because that's a hard job.
And
Which he promised to do.
And Rudy Giuliani never became the brand of the Republican Party. No one
Despite
with his
people,
record
or Chris
on
Christie, right?
Right, ever became the brand of the Republican Party.
Let me go live to Antonia Hilton, who's actually at Mamdani headquarters right now. I think we actually, our camera setup is such that we're going to hear from her but not see her. Antonia, can you hear me?
Rachel, yes, I can. Over the screams of people who are in shock that this result came in so early. People thought they at least had a few more minutes, another hour or so before they would get this result. There are a lot of people outside still waiting for their chance to get into this event right now.
Wow.
It's already a pretty joyous one. People are starting to dance by the front of the stage. Look, I'm not particularly shocked by this. What I have been shocked by over the last several weeks of reporting that I've done on this race was just the reshaping of the electorate. The number of 18, 19, 21-year-olds who told me they had never cared about a politician as much as they cared about Zohran Mamdani. That's why they were coming out in a kind of off-cycle year. They were more energized in many cases about this mayoral race in New York than they say they were about the 2024 election. And that, to me, sort of said everything, that something fundamental was shifting here. And I had a conversation with a couple different Democratic strategists and New York City analysts this morning. And what some of them said to me is that they think there is going to be an almost Trump-like effect with Zohran here in New York. So what they're expecting is that anytime his name is on a ballot or someone closely aligned with him is on the ballot in this state, that there will be a sort of a reshaping of the electorate, an unusual number of young people who come out, and of working class people who previously felt that nobody in any political party was really listening to them. I had conversations with people as young as 18 and as old as in their 70s and 80s today who wanted something new, wanted to give this young 34-year-old a chance. That was really their vision. They wanted to turn the page. A lot of people talked about Cuomo as representing something very old. And those endorsements, those 11th hour endorsements that came in last night from Trump, Elon Musk, and Stephen Miller, of all people. I mean, maybe they convinced a few Sliwa voters to go for Cuomo today, but they disgusted a lot of longtime Democrats. And a lot of them were waiting in line thinking about those comments from Trump and others last night. So well, I'm expecting a lot of energy in this party here in Brooklyn tonight, Rachel. The people are not surprised by the result, but they're surprised, and what they're probably waiting for now is for the full totals to come in because they want to see Zohran pass 50%. That's what they think a mandate would look like here in New York.
Fascinating. Antonia Hilton.
Rachel, back to you.
For us at the Brooklyn headquarters, Brooklyn Paramount Theater, where Zohran Mamdani's election night party is underway. And Antonia is right there to talk about how quickly this came in. We had polls close at 9 p.m. Eastern, and we had, I mean, it's not even 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And we've had the call for some time.
Her point about the Trump, Musk, and Miller endorsements, I mean, Trump doesn't play 3D chess, so the idea that he was trying to yield a Mamdani win is farcical to me. But there's no way he helped Cuomo win if that was the intention. So I remember, I think that broke last night when I was getting off the air, and I was like, what are they doing? And I think it'll sort of remain one of the enduring mysteries.
I want to look at some, Antonio was talking about young voters, and I think, again, this is something that happened in the last election where we saw particularly young men, move to the right. We saw young voters generally move to the right in the last election. Is this some kind of, is it the attention environment and the information environment? Is it something having to do with like this generation? Or is it that young people are some of the people most exposed to higher cost of living and the most frustrated when things start to get more expensive? And what we are seeing so far that we have in the demographic polling in all of the exits in the three big races is big swings to Democrats among youngest voters.
I mean, one of the Mamdani things that I think we should talk about is he inspired and excited people. I mean, I worked in politics for 20 years. That's what it is supposed to be about. And I think we've gone through a number of election cycles where it has been such a freaking grind because people are voting against Trump, they're less excited, whatever it may be. And it is possible for people to be excited and vote for something and not just against something. And he didn't run. I mean, Trump is the backdrop of all of this. But he didn't talk about Trump all the time.
Nor did, and it's interesting, Spanberger barely mentioned Trump or didn't even say his name in that. And partly it's because of your point, Michael, about how oppressively ubiquitous it all is. That when you're the candidate, there's no reason to talk about it. You don't have to. So it's like,
knows it.
Exactly. That's right. That's right.
The interesting thing, though, that I find to the point that Antonio was making, you both were commenting on, is this sense that, folks are excited, and what are they excited about? They like this youthful voice as saying something in the wilderness, sort of the John the Baptist of politics, right? Come follow me in a new direction. I'm curious what happens if the moment arises that you have two very exciting political figures on the landscape at the same time.
We should be so lucky.
Right, but that speaks because the other side of this is you had Cuomo against Mamdani. You're like, really, that's a conversation? And so an 18-year-old is looking at that saying, there is nothing appealing here for me except him. Right. So that move in that space, and going back to the 24 election, those young men didn't have a countervailing voice from the other side that was appealing to them, that pulled them in their view. It wasn't for whatever reason. Well,
not for lack of trying. I mean, the Harris campaign was trying.
But again, you can try, but you have to understand why it's not working. I mean, at a certain point early on, it's not going to work. And so that, to me, says a lot about that secret sauce that someone like Zohran can find and tap into, and whether or not Republicans understand what's happening well enough to respond.
Ali Velshi, may I ask you about the New York City mayoral race and a point that Antonia Hilton just raised? She was saying, sort of anecdotally, what she's hearing from people who are supporters of Mamdani, who's now won, she's at his headquarters, is that they're interested to know what his overall margin is going to be. The 50% threshold may be important in terms of just the psychology of whether or not he's seen as having an overwhelming mandate. When you're looking at the numbers coming in from New York City, is a 50% mandate or 50% threshold possible for him?
It's possible. It's not necessary in New York. It's a first-past-the-post system. There have been mayors who have received much higher than 50% of the vote. Generally, it's when there's a two-person race, one of whom is a Democrat, one of whom is the Republican. This is a super complicated race because you've got a Democratic candidate, Zohran Mamdani, who a lot of people didn't think was a Democrat because he's a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, but he was on the ticket as a Democrat. You have Andrew Cuomo, who in theory was a Democrat but ran as an independent. You have Curtis Sliwa, who is a Republican candidate, and then you have Eric Adams, who was a Democrat, who actually was on the ballot but wasn't in the race. So it's really complicated to make sense of it all. Bottom line is 60% of the vote is in. We've probably peaked on the Mamdani stuff, so it may well be this, right? Around 49% to 41%. It might even get a little narrower than this. The interesting thing that Antonio was talking about is in the last week, the last 72 hours and then the last 24 hours has been this massive push to get Curtis Sliwa votes to go to Andrew Cuomo. And look, Curtis Sliwa has come in with a lower number than he was polling. Not that much lower, but a little bit lower. And Cuomo's coming in with a higher number than he was polling. But this was meant to consolidate Republicans, moderates, and maybe some conservative Democrats into Andrew Cuomo being elected over Zohran Mamdani. So at this point, it sort of doesn't matter, the 50%. What matters is that all the efforts to do everything to come out against Mamdani, including what Chris said, basically almost tie him to 9/11, and to get everybody else who didn't like Mamdani to coalesce around Andrew Cuomo, didn't work. This is going to be a handy margin any way you cut it, whether it gets to 50% or not. Brooklyn is the place I'm going to look at. That's where Zohran Mamdani is doing the best, 58% versus Cuomo's 35%. But Queens, where Zohran Mamdani is from, he doesn't have that sort of margin. He's only got about a 5-point margin there. Staten Island, where he was never going to win, he's got less than half the percentage vote of Andrew Cuomo. And, of course, the Bronx is at 51%, doing a little better than half of that to Cuomo's 40. So I think we're probably in the neighborhood of what we're going to see. It's not clear whether he'll keep his or reach the 50% margin and stay above it.
All right, Ali, we will keep an eye on those numbers, even though we do now have a top-line result. Again, NBC News has projected that the next mayor of New York City will be the Democratic nominee, Zohran Mamdani. This is shaping up to be a big night for Democrats, with a governor's race in Virginia going to Democrat Abigail Spanberger, the governor's race in New Jersey going to Democrat Mikie Sherrill, the lieutenant governor's race, I should say, as well in Virginia going to Ghazala Hashmi, and again, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani. We are expecting victory speeches from Mikie Sherrill in New Jersey and from Zohran Mamdani in New York City. Very shortly, we're going to take a quick break so we can come back on the other side of the break and bring you those speeches. Lots to come. Stay with us. It has been a big night thus far, and there is a lot still to come. Thus far, we have had a call in the New Jersey governor's race. The New Jersey governor's race is projected to go to the Democratic candidate, Congresswoman and Navy veteran Mikie Sherrill, defeating Republican Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey. Also in New York City, the Democratic nominee, Zohran Mamdani, projected right now to be the winner of the New York City mayor's race. A lot of interest in what his overall margin is going to be, but Zohran Mamdani will be the next mayor of New York City. In Virginia, NBC News projects that the next governor of Virginia will be the Democratic nominee, Democratic Congresswoman, CIA veteran Abigail Spanberger, defeating Republican incumbent Lieutenant Governor Winsome Earl Sears in the Virginia lieutenant governor's race. The NBC News projection there is also that the Democratic nominee, Ghazala Hashmi, has defeated the Republican nominee for lieutenant governor, John Reed. And this is new. NBC News can project that in the Attorney General's race in Virginia, the last of the statewide races in Virginia, Democrat Jay Jones has defeated the incumbent Republican Attorney General of Virginia, Jason Miyares. Again, that is new. The Attorney General of Virginia's race also going to the Democrat. And I got to say, there's one other one that I want to tell you about. Democrats obviously having a huge night tonight thus far. Tonight, amid all these big races that we've been covering in Virginia and New Jersey and elsewhere, we have also been watching judicial elections in Pennsylvania. And I know you just nodded off. Judicial? No.
Nobody
it
nodded
sounds
off.
very low-key. It sounds very obscure. But I'm telling you, these Pennsylvania judicial elections might be the most important races today that you haven't heard much about already. The Pennsylvania Supreme Court has had a Democratic majority, in effect, for the past decade, since 2015. In that time, the court has struck down a Republican gerrymander that had given Republicans several additional congressional seats from Pennsylvania. That court also blocked several moves by Republicans in Pennsylvania to restrict voting rights in that state. And most famously, particularly for national politics, it was that Pennsylvania State Supreme Court in 2020 that rejected multiple attempts by Trump and his allies to overturn and falsify the election results in Pennsylvania. That state Supreme Court was absolutely crucial to Trump not being able to overturn and falsify that result. Well, there are 3 Democratic justices who were elected for the first time to that court in 2015. 2015 is 10 years ago. Under Pennsylvania law, after you serve for 10 years on the bench for the state Supreme Court, you have to face something called a retention election. This is a specific kind of election for judges that they do, in which voters choose yes to let that judge keep his or her seat on the bench, or no to remove them. Again, they call it a retention election, and the judges are on the ballot by name. Voters vote yes to keep them on the bench or no to remove them. So today, these 3 Democratic justices on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court were on the ballot. Republicans, up to and including President Donald Trump, were urging Pennsylvania voters to vote no on the retention of all 3 of these judges, to vote them all off the bench. Their hope is that Republicans would actually be able to hold those seats on the Pennsylvania Supreme Court vacant for a couple of years. 2 years from now, for the next judicial election, 2027, they hope to try to elect new Republican justices to take over the court and give it a new Republican majority on the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court, a Republican majority that crucially would be in place for the 2028 presidential election. So the stakes were super high. And even though judicial elections in Pennsylvania, it sounds sleepy, a ton of money poured into this campaign in this crucial swing state. Trump himself weighed in on it, telling Pennsylvania voters to vote no on all 3 of these judges, to remove them all from the court. We can now project the results of that election. Pennsylvania voters said yes and voted to retain all 3 of those state Supreme Court justices in Pennsylvania. Justice David Wecht getting a yes from voters. Justice Christine Donahue getting a yes from voters. Justice Kevin Doherty getting a yes from voters. Despite the Republican effort to get those 3 justices off the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court, voters have said we are going to keep all 3 of them. Lawrence O'Donnell back at the desk with us. It's turning into a big night for Democrats.
Rachel, I'm so glad you went into that depth on those judicial elections, especially because in Pennsylvania, 63% isn't a yes. 63% is a landslide. That is an incredible win in a state where Donald Trump won. Donald Trump, you would think, has some persuasive power there. It turns out not now, not this year. And, you know, we, around 7 o'clock, were probably wondering, how much of this will we have to explain? Will we have to, you know, if there's a win in Virginia and a loss in New Jersey, how do you interpret that? What is the referendum there on Donald Trump? How do you do it? This could not be clearer. These results could not possibly be clearer across the board on what this is. This is just a runaway election for Democrats. It has to be interpreted as a negative statement about Donald Trump. And as we go forward tonight, the speech that I'm actually looking forward to more than any other, and I think it's going to be the most important speech of his career, is Andrew Cuomo's concession speech. And it's a very, very important speech. In many political careers, the most beautiful speech a politician ever gives is that final concession speech when they're actually leaving the stage. This can be his opportunity. He lost. He really lost. There is going to be a new mayor of New York City. What is Andrew Cuomo going to do for that new mayor and for the city of New York? That's the question for him tonight. We know what the mayor-elect is going to do. We know what he's promised to do. We know what he's going to try to do. But now there's something for Andrew Cuomo to do for the Democratic Party, for the city of New York, for the electorate of New York, to actually express a real congratulations to a real winner tonight and to try to find a way to help the city go forward. And by the way, this family has now taken a unique position in American history. You have a father and a son who both lost their campaigns for mayor of New York and both won their campaigns for governor of New York. We've never seen anything quite like that. They did it in reverse order. Mario Cuomo lost his campaign for mayor of New York against Ed Koch, and then beat Ed Koch in the campaign for mayor, the first campaign for mayor. Andrew's done it in reverse order, but his speech tonight is the most important speech that will be heard in the city. I think we know what the mayor-elect's speech is going to be like, but Andrew's speech could be ultimately more important.
Here's Mikie Sherrill about to give her victory speech in New Jersey. I should mention, I said earlier she'll be the first female governor of New Jersey. That, of course, is not true. Christy Todd Whitman, Republican female governor of New Jersey before her. Here's Mikie Sherrill.
You guys just screamed from the rooftops. And people around the country have heard you. I hear you too. This was a tough fight, and this is a tough state. But I know you, New Jersey, and I love you. I've fought for you. I've spoken with thousands of you over this last year. I know your struggles. I know your hopes. I know your dreams. So serving you is worth any tough fight I have to take on, and I am incredibly honored to be your next governor. When I was 18, I raised my hand and I swore to defend the Constitution. And that moment defines me. It taught me that leadership means carrying the weight of other people's hopes, standing firm when it's easier to bend, and always putting the common good above personal gain. And I know how hard it can be to serve in these times. And I just got a call from Jack Chitterelli, and I want to recognize him for stepping up. And all of you know, I love our history, and our state motto has always stuck with me. In 1777, New Jersey was one of the first states to choose a motto. Anybody? Liberty and prosperity. I'm going to get some more civics education going. We'll get that known by all. But it was a demand for freedom from oppression and a commitment to creating better opportunity and a better future. That idea has defined us for almost 250 years. We fought for liberty at the crossroads of the American Revolution, turning the tide for our young nation at the battles of Trenton and Princeton. We offered prosperity as we built the nation during the Industrial Revolution. We've been the cradle of scientific discovery, inventing everything from the light bulb to the laser. Liberty and prosperity. I've seen the genius in that motto over the last year, because both are essential in our democracy. And as the president is backing away from this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating Gateway, we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children. We see how clearly important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the Constitution. But prosperity is equally essential. Liberty alone is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more. And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens. And I've heard from thousands of you about what liberty and prosperity mean to you, what it's going to take for your family to thrive. So I hear you, Newark. I'm going to work with communities from the ground up so all of our neighbors thrive. I hear you, Sham, so I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down your utility costs. I hear you, Westfield, so I'm going to make sure our kids are safe online and schools have the resources they need to address the mental health crisis. I hear you, Jersey City, so I'm going to hold government accountable, balancing individual liberty with collective responsibility, ensuring people are safe, healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams. I hear you, New Jersey. Good government doesn't just manage problems, it solves them. So I'm going to continue to listen and work with you to move our state forward, because I have learned so much as I've traveled our state. Our innovations, our businesses, our inventors and entrepreneurs have amazed me, but it's the people that have left the biggest mark, especially those who are fighting for prosperity for their entire communities. I was moved during my block walk in Trenton with Shanique as she spoke so passionately about the promise of her city and her neighbors despite the challenges. I love the group of young men from Monroe who've been hard at work on this campaign. They want a seat at the table and they're ready to fight for their future. The little girls who come up to me to say that they're going to be a governor or they're going to be a president. It reminds me of my own belief that anything was possible. Akeem's team, who worked their butts off, knocked over 60,000 doors. Akeem told me these are not the kids who will succeed in Trump's vision of this country, but they will in mine. The men and women in labor. Union jobs at a time when our economy is set up to make it harder and harder for working people. You know what? They don't just fight for their brothers and sisters in labor. They fight for all of us. For working families everywhere, so everyone has a shot. So thank you. Thank you to each and every person here tonight and across the state who's worked hard over the last year. Thanks to the thousands of volunteers who made millions of calls, texts, and canvases, to everyone who's ready to stand and demand a better future for our kids and our families, to my running mate, Dr. Dale Caldwell. You've already served our state so well, and I'm proud to have you by my side as we embark upon this new chapter for New Jersey. To my team, who put together a campaign the likes of this state has never seen, and helped in our efforts to create a great future for New Jersey. And thanks to my family. Who put up with missed soccer games, football games, volleyball games, swim meets, and rugby games, all to put up with this, so thank you. And a special thanks to my husband, Jason. Through 4 kids, 2 dogs, a hamster, numerous goldfish, 5 campaigns, an insurrection, and 2 impeachments, you have been a truly amazing partner. So thank you to everyone who's joined me in fighting for a better future. I know these are tough times. I know not everyone voted for me, but I'm working for everyone. Every single one of you. When we all do better, we all do better. So tomorrow begins a new day. And at each new day in New Jersey, the sun rises over the Statue of Liberty, a daily reminder of her promise. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. She declares that her lamp lights the path to the golden door. That golden door is New Jersey. It always has been. And that expectation is well deserved, especially after this election, where we chose, we're going to follow Lady Liberty's beacon. We're not going to give in to our darker impulses. Here in New Jersey, we know that this nation has not ever been, nor will it ever be, ruled by kings. We take oaths to a constitution, not a king. We've chosen liberty, the very foundation of democracy, and we've chosen prosperity necessary to create opportunity for all. So, New Jersey, to quote the boss, the future is now. Roll up your sleeves, let your passion flow. The country we carry in our hearts is waiting. Thank you, New Jersey.
That is Mikie Sherrill, Democratic Congresswoman and now the governor-elect of the great state of New Jersey, giving her victory speech after defeating Republican Jack Ciattarelli, the Trump-endorsed Republican candidate in that New Jersey governor's race. This is the first time since 1961 that any one of the major parties has held on to the governorship in New Jersey for 3 consecutive terms, defying history there and winning what appears to be a resounding victory in New Jersey. We're going to cross back across the Hudson River, back to New York, to Brooklyn specifically, where our colleague Antonia Hilton has been at Zohran Mamdani's headquarters, which has been absolutely electric since that race was called for him less than an hour after poll closing. Antonia standing by with a very, very recognizable, very happy member of the Democratic congressional slate from New York. Antonia, over to you.
All right, well, she needs no introduction. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I want to begin. We're getting all of these results in from, of course, here in New York City, but New Jersey, Virginia. It appears to be a huge night for Democrats. What is the national story to you?
You know, I think what this night is starting and shaping up to represent is that Americans everywhere are not going to be scared. We will not be intimidated by an administration that is violating the rights and making life hard and unaffordable for every single American in this country. And we will send in a wave of Democrats that not bow to this administration, but stand up to this administration, and doing so in the interests of working families, in the interest to make life affordable, housing affordable, and to stand for the civil rights of all.
Have you been at all surprised by the level of energy and engagement here in New York, but across the country in a sort of off-cycle year?
You know, I have to tell you, in my traveling across the country, I am hearing and have been seeing consistent things from everyday people. And it is that they are terrified, they are frustrated, they are angry, and they are shocked by a president that thinks he has total impunity and is violating the values that we hold dear, our liberties and our freedoms. And so I'm not surprised, but I am very encouraged by everyday people tonight.
A lot of conversation right now about, well, who is the face of the Democratic Party at this point? Is it Zohran Mamdani? Is it Abigail Spanberger? Who is the face, the soul of the party in your view? Or is it all of them?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. This is a similar debate that I saw happen when I was first elected. And at the end of the day, I don't think that our party needs to have one face. Our country does not have one face. It's about all of us as a team together. And we all understand the assignment. Our assignment everywhere is to send the strongest fighters for the working class wherever possible. In some places, like Virginia for the gubernatorial seat, that's going to look like Abigail Spanberger. In New York City, unequivocally, it is Zohran Mamdani.
Trump has long threatened to pull funding from this city. We know that there's a plan to bring more ICE agents here soon. And he's been very clear about the fact. He endorsed Cuomo last night in the 11th hour. Are you at all afraid of what that fight is going to look like in the coming weeks? Do you think Mamdani is ready to take on President Trump?
Well, you know, it doesn't surprise me. You know, President Trump is a 34-time convicted felon, and he is endorsing a sexual harasser that has multiple accusations, very credible accusations and investigations against them. Birds of a feather, you know, they flock together. And we have to understand how grave this threat is. We know that Donald Trump has not only been convicted of committing crimes, but that the Supreme Court has given him a blank check to continue to commit crimes while in office. So we cannot underestimate the threat and the danger of this moment, but we cannot respond to that threat with cowardice. We cannot respond to that threat with complying in advance. We have to respond to that threat with a strong, organized, cohesive, and strategic effort to fight for working families, rule of law, and civil rights for every American across age, ethnicity, gender, and geography. And I believe that we can do that.
I have to tell you, as I was out at polling locations today, as much as Democrats were talking about Trump, they were also angry with the Democratic establishment, and they were calling people out like Chuck Schumer, Hillary Clinton, who they felt at points, in their view, disrespected Zohran Mamdani during this campaign, that they should have shown him more support, that they had heard these Democrats say vote blue no matter who in the past, and that didn't seem to apply at this point. Do you think after what we're seeing tonight, there will be more unity in the Democratic Party? Are things going to change?
Well, you know, I think it speaks to the absolutely heroic effort that not just Zohran Mamdani put together, but so many people who participated and were brought together by his campaign. Because they were not just tasked with defeating a Republican. They were also tasked with defeating the old guard of the Democratic Party that essentially led us to many of the perils of this moment. So he had a two-front war to win, which is what makes his victory so deeply impressive. And I do think that this moment, a lot of people who are willing to talk about party unity when it serves them, but not party unity when it serves everybody, it puts those folks on notice. And I think it also puts folks on notice that we have a future to plan for. We have a future to fight for. And we're either going to do that together or you're going to be left behind. And I think that is not a partisan issue. It's not about progressive. It's not moderate. It's not liberal. This is about, do you understand the assignment of fighting fascism right now? And the assignment is to come together across difference no matter what.
Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, thank you so much for giving us some of your time tonight. I know there are a lot of people waiting to hear from you, of course, from our future mayor or new mayor. Thank you so much. It's great to see you tonight. Rachel, there you have it. That just gives you a sense of the energy building here, the story out of New York City, that it's about so much more than just the voters here in this city or this state, that they believe this is part of a story that connects New York to Virginia and to New Jersey and to all of the other states. California, the fight over Prop 50 there too. Democrats, while they have a lot to sort out within their own tent, also extremely energized, as you just heard AOC there, in what they see as this broader fight against authoritarianism and fascism in this current moment, Rachel.
Yeah, she's talking popular front politics, which is the oldest idea in successfully opposing authoritarian rise. Antonia Hilton, fantastic interview. Thank you for corralling her. I know it was hard to wrangle that interview on the fly. Thank you so much for doing that, Antonia. We'll be back to you as we await Zohran Mamdani's victory speech at his election night headquarters in Brooklyn. I got to say, I turned to you in the middle of that interview, Jen, because I felt like I was hearing AOC, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, say a lot of what you were saying earlier tonight about how the Democratic Party isn't one thing or another. It isn't one brand of Democratic politics right now, one type of campaign right now. It's just bigger, and their unifying factors can be a lot of different things, but there's a lot of different kinds of people in this country who call themselves Democrats right now.
That's right. And the fact is you need more people in the tent in order to win elections.
Yeah.
It's basic math. I mean, you could see her get very passionate when she talked about defeating the old guard of the Democratic Party. And when she says that, I don't think she means old age, right? There is some of that that's needed. But she means people who are outdated, who are not in touch with their electorate, who are not listening, who are not watching. The fact that Chuck Schumer did not endorse Zohran Mamdani, and it was clear, it's been clear he was going to win that race for weeks.
Yeah.
He made that choice because he was afraid of maybe the business community, maybe some older Jewish voters in New York. Who knows? I'm not going to explain it for him. But the other side of it is he looks incredibly out of touch with the young voters, the millions of people who turned out to vote for him, his own constituents. And that's something, if you are missing that message, you are not listening. You are not in communities hearing. And that is happening across the country in lots of different places. The last thing I would say that struck me about what she said, and I've talked to a lot of Democrats about this, is there was criticism of the progressive wing of the party at some points for having a litmus test. Like, you can't be with us, right, unless you support all of these things on a list. Now there's a litmus test that she's talking about. If you're not going to be supporting candidates, even if you only agree with them 80%, that's another kind of litmus test, right? If they're too progressive for what you think. And so the bigger tent is really what I heard her talk about, and really defeating the old guard means defeating people who are stuck in their offices in Washington and New York City and not listening to voters and hearing what they're experiencing and feeling right now.
I mean, what she articulated is that we are going to show up for working people, and we are going to show up against fascism and authoritarianism. Those are the unifying threads that all Democratic candidates must agree to. And beyond that, you can be all sorts of different things depending on where you're running and what type of candidate you are and what your values are. But the Democratic Party needs to stand for those things. And once we've got those things agreed to, we can field all sorts of candidates who can win in every state in the country.
And meet their districts.
The vibes are going to be really important here, because what the Republicans have been programming, at least to the Fox audience and right-wing media, is a national battle between Donald Trump and the mayor, the new mayor, the mayor-elect. And so to the degree that that's all smart politics and the right thing to do, and of course you listen to your voters, when you stop doing that, of course you lose your way. It's also the one sure political peril if they channel anything else. But two, the Republicans will smell their fear. I mean, it has to be genuine. And I think, to Michael Steele's point earlier, this is the best night they could have had. It would have been catastrophic if Cuomo had won for the brand. Because what is he? He is a Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, Elon Musk endorsed what? I mean, like
disgraced former governor.
Yeah, I mean, fill in the adjective. And so the fact that they have in their coalition one of the younger sort of rising stars in the party now running the largest city, Democrats are going to have to figure out how to talk about this in a way that is transparently enthusiastic, not transparently afraid.
And I think talent makes people enthusiastic. We sit here and we talk about policies, and we look at the ads, we look at the messaging. Zohran Mamdani is a tremendous political talent. That is despite holding controversial positions or having said things in the past that he may continue to have to answer for. But we've had Cuomo on this network. We've had Mamdani on several shows. I had an interview with him that we aired last night. And you sit there and you go back and forth. We talked about, are you going to put taxes too high for New York? This is still a financial center. What have you said in the past about the Mideast? What does that resonate with the largest Jewish population in the country is in New York? Well, how did he do all these things? Partly because he's really talented and he's a really effective communicator. And so sometimes Democrats get in this mode of saying, well, whose turn is it and who played well? And we don't want to hurt anyone's feelings within the community of the party. And other times somebody comes in and they grab the mic. And it's not nothing that he beat the dynasty of Cuomo twice. I mean, he did it twice this year, and he's a talent with room to improve at 34 years old.
Let's be clear about the so-called Democratic establishment. There was no Democratic establishment support for Andrew Cuomo from the start, from day one. No one wanted him to run. The governor of New York did not want him to be a candidate for anything. He got zero support from Chuck Schumer or anyone. He was a curse on the Democratic Party. When he became a candidate again, it was a nightmare for them. And he also, scared other candidates who could have jumped into this Democratic race and made it an even more interesting race. Probably would have ended up with exactly the same winner in the end. But you could have had a more interesting field if Andrew didn't get in. So he was a disaster from the Schumer perspective, from everyone's perspective. They didn't want him. And so he complicated their lives in a way that is almost indescribable. And now I'll try 30 seconds of the hardest explanation you could ask for here. What was Chuck Schumer doing? He was stuck with the job of Democratic leader of the Senate. And so he's not just the senator who lives in Brooklyn and represents the state of New York. That would have been easy. That would have been really easy. Of course, you endorse the Democratic nominee in any office, anywhere in the state, whenever it happens. Chuck Schumer has to worry about what are the associations that the party collects on the way to trying to elect Democrats in difficult states next year. And he has to make those calculations. And sometimes they're right and sometimes they're wrong, but they're not easy. Nobody should think they're easy. And he has to raise money, and he has to raise money from people who 3 months ago hated this guy running for mayor of New York, and 2 months from now might love him. And you might have to be patient if you're Schumer in how you come around to the embrace that he's eventually going to have with the mayor of New York. Obviously, Schumer's in an incredibly difficult position on this. And I know I haven't convinced anybody about how this works, but, you know, that's the burden of being the either majority or minority leader. And if he weren't, he'd have a much easier time with this mayor's race.
Can I I'm convinced because I know it. The hardest thing in politics is transition. The hardest thing for the leader in politics is transition. Mm-hmm. And because the leader is expected to transition with everybody else. Mm-hmm. We're all going this way. And the leader's like, yeah, you're going that way, but I got a room full of people over here who are still inside the building. So trying to find that balance is a very difficult thing for the leader to do. So that's why it comes across like, why can't you just do the obvious? Because the obvious is not that obvious, and it's not that easy. And so that part of it, I think, is important to understand it and to contextualize, because everybody's going to want to beat up Chuck Schumer, and everyone's going to, try to put a face on the Democratic Party, which Republicans, to Nicole's point, is absolutely, they're already doing it tonight, by the way. All right, right now, Mamdani might as well be president of the Democratic Party, right? That's the way this is going to get framed. How the Democrats respond to that is important, and they can't stumble over the point that Lawrence just made. They can't get caught up in the politics of being the minority leader in the Senate, because he's not looking out for one mayor in a city. He's got to look out for try to get 50 senators.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I would just say I disagree, and I haven't been convinced. And I've been in Washington for a long time, and I understand what the minority leader does. I think it's missing the boat on where the party and where the energy is headed. And it's not without drawbacks, but it's missing a lot of where fundraising can come from and where energy can come from and where candidates can come from by not engaging here. Even I understand the weighing it, but I think it's missing the boat.
Well, and we'll see how it shakes out. I will say, in terms of other Democratic Party leaders, we have a couple of statements. Barack Obama says, congratulations to all the Democratic candidates who won tonight. It's a reminder that when we come together around strong, forward-looking leaders who care about the issues that matter, we can win. We've still got plenty of work to do, but the future looks a little bit brighter. Hillary Clinton tonight. Democratic women made history tonight. Abigail Spanberger will be the first female governor of Virginia. Mikie Sherrill will be the first female Democratic governor of New Jersey. I'm looking forward to seeing these strong, dedicated leaders deliver for their states. We are expecting to hear from Zohran Mamdani in terms of his acceptance speech, his victory speech, very shortly. Lawrence has put in a special plea that we can try to find Andrew Cuomo's concession speech, even if we have to find it muttering on a bus stop on a corner.
I'll run it tomorrow night if it's any good. The chances of it being good aren't very high, okay? It could be bitter and angry and terrible, or it could be something great.
Well, bitter and angry and terrible can sometimes be good.
Tomorrow at 10, it might be bitter.
Rachel, on those congratulations, did they specifically not mention Mayor of New York?
9:54 p.m. and 9:46 p.m. So these statements went out essentially right when he was being named.
A footnote that might interest us, since we're political nerds. To Lawrence's point, Barack Obama never endorsed. No, he did endorse in the LA mayor's race. He did not endorse Zohran Mamdani.
Yeah.
But he did something that shrewd politicians do, which is made a point of saying some nice things through the telephone, which somehow ended up in the New York Times the same day as the telephone call. There is some middle ground to say something is happening here.
Yeah.
But not necessarily endorsing all of it. That's what politics
Every
is.
Democrat who is afraid of Mamdani is going to regret it. That's
Can
all.
I go back to
We
California?
have to take a break. We're going to come back. We're going to get the speech.
California.
If we don't go to, and we're going to California. We've still got polls open in California on long
The
lines.
most
We're going
important
to be
thing
checking
for
in
the
with Jacob.
midterms.
We've got the victory speech coming. Okay, it's all coming. We'll be right back. We have a lot to do. Look, people lined up right now. That's live in Torrance, California.
Thank you, California.
I swear we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome back to our election night coverage here on MSNBC. It has been a very, very big night for Democrats. Let's start with the New Jersey governor's race. NBC News has projected that the next governor of New Jersey will be Democratic Congresswoman and Navy veteran Mikie Sherrill. In the great state of Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, NBC News has projected that the next governor of Virginia will be Democratic Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger. Clean sweep for Democrats in Virginia. The lieutenant governor election has also been won by Ghazala Hashmi, the Democratic nominee for lieutenant governor, and in the attorney general's race. The attorney general contest in Virginia has been won by Democrat Jay Jones, who has ousted the incumbent Republican attorney general of Virginia, Jason Miyares. In New York City, the very high-profile, very entertaining New York City mayor's race has been won by the young New York State Assemblyman from Queens, Zohran Mamdani, incredibly talented young politician who went up against the establishment and defeated them at every turn in New York with incredible support from young and diverse and working-class voters. We are awaiting a victory speech from Zohran Mamdani shortly. In the meantime, let's go to Sacramento, California, where our friend Jacob Soboroff is at a polling place. California voters still have more time to go vote, another 25 minutes or so while the polls are still open. How are things out there, Jacob?
Rachel, this has been, as you have been talking about, an enormous night for the Democrats. It has also been an enormous night online for people that want to get into this polling place in downtown Sacramento. Come with me. I'm going to show you. This is as long as the line has been all evening long. And like you said, with about 25 minutes to go until polls close, 8 p.m. local time, 11 p.m. on the East Coast, every single one of these people, you guys aren't old enough to vote, are you?
No.
Okay, but you're here online with your family, right? How does it feel? Why'd you bring your family tonight?
You gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta stay free.
You gotta stay free.
Gotta stay free.
That's what people are feeling, Rachel. And, you know, everybody's out here for a reason, as we talked about earlier. Every single one of these people is going to be able to get inside so long as they are online at 8 p.m. local time. Governor Gavin Newsom is expected to address press tonight here once the results are in, but it probably won't happen directly at 8 o'clock here in California. It'll probably happen closer to 9 p.m., midnight on the East Coast. How's everybody doing? You guys have been in line for a long time. You have a child here, too. How are you? What's your name?
Pam.
Pam, have you been watching the election results across the country? It's been a big night for Democrats while you're in line.
New York City.
Zohran Mamdani, the next mayor of New York City. So even in line here in California, you're watching what's happening across the country.
Yes, I've lived there and I have business there, so.
And so what's it like for you to be in line tonight? Just Prop 50's on the ballot here. Who's this, by the way?
My little Luna. Now, both my daughters have been on TV. My older one's always on, but this is Luna, and I'm very proud to be from Sacramento, or Sacramento proud. I'm not from Sac, I'm from Mexico, but yeah.
But you're here and you're voting for Prop 50 tonight.
Absolutely.
All right, it's nice to meet you. Thank you so much. Bye, Luna. It's nice to meet you. So, Rachel, I mean, you can see it. I don't even know if I'll be able to make it there, and in any due time. But this line stretches on and on and on. Hi, how are you? Everybody doing good? Everybody doing good? They were passing out pizza before, Rachel. People are so hungry they've eaten all the pizza since we've been waiting to say hello. But these folks are all going to get in. I saw you a little while ago. How you doing? You doing okay?
Yeah,
You feeling good? Say hi to Rachel Maddow. She's here right now.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, everybody wants to say hi. Guys, so Rachel, everybody's in line. Everybody's feeling good. It's a big night for Democrats on the other side of the country. And we're going to wait and see what happens here in California. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to go inside. But, Rachel, I'll throw it back to you.
Jacob, let me just ask you, you've been there a long time, and these folks have been there a long time. Is it high spirits generally? Have things been ebbing and flowing? Are people frustrated? Or it's all been pretty positive?
No, I think people feel really good. Anybody frustrated with the length of time it's taking you to get inside? Or are you happy to be here online tonight? no bathrooms, they say. Bathrooms is always the number one thing, Rachel. No bathrooms is the number one thing. But there's there are a limited amount of people checking people in. There are a limited amount of voting machines here tonight. I think, in truth, maybe people didn't expect the turnout to be this high for a state where there's a lot of mail-in voting. But people are here, and they showed up. And at the last minute, people want to make their voices heard. You're shaking your head, yes. You're shaking your head, yes. Why? How come? Native representation. She wants to say what's up. What's your name?
My name's Alejandra Ramirez. I am the co-chairwoman of the Pacanyani Strawberry Valley Band of Maidus, and I'm here voting, asserting our rights to do that. For so long in history, we were recognized as the last people. This is our land. We are the first people here. And so
You're making your voice heard, and you're here to make your voice heard tonight.
I sure am.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
All of us.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Everybody's out here for a reason, Rachel. Everybody's out here to protect democracy. They're clapping in line. I've never been in a line where people just spontaneously clapping. So thank you guys for having us tonight. Rachel?
Fantastic. Fantastic. Let's go over to Torrance, California. Our David Noriega is standing by there. We've been looking at the shots, the live shots of that line in Torrance. Right now, again, in California, if you are online, even if your line is going to keep you outside your polling place until after the time when polling places technically are supposed to close. If you are online, you will be able to vote. We've got about another 20 minutes for polls to still be open in California. David, tell us what you're seeing in Torrance and what the line looks like there. It looks like it's been a pretty long line all night.
Yeah, Rachel, it has been a long line, not just all night, but all day. I've been really surprised. We went to 2 polling places in Torrance today, and I've been really surprised by the turnout in both of them. Substantial lines really all day long, way more than I expected. I just want to show you a little bit, as much as we can see in the light here. This line, this is the polling place. The line kind of snakes around this corner here. Earlier tonight, it might still be happening. It was kind of snaking back into a parking lot back there. We have this line, you know, by my count is, I don't know, at least 100, maybe 150 people, and it's been steadily that way since about 4:30 when people started getting out of work. You know, what's stood out to me today, talking to voters here, is the extent to which this race, which, again, it's an off-year race, one issue on the ballot, which on paper seems like it would be a pretty wonky you know, not necessarily digestible issue, redistricting, taking away redistricting from an independent commission. It's actually been surprising and striking, I should say, how intuitively and clearly people understand what's at stake here, right? They understand, they think about this. People who are voting for Prop 50, for allowing the legislature to redistrict California to benefit Democrats, how much they understand that this is about counteracting Trump. They talk about it as though the stakes here were impossibly high. It's about the future of democracy. It's about fighting authoritarianism. Even people on the other side, Rachel, because I should say we've spoken to a number of Republicans as well who are coming out trying to make their position as clear as possible, given that they understand they're likely to be in the minority. They understand that they're out here defending Donald Trump and defending MAGA and defending the Trump project. You know, this is, I think it's very illustrative. This race is very illustrative of the political moment in the country, because it's not just about this. It's not about a specific policy. It's not about a specific candidate. It's about power, and it's about the balance of power between the two parties and about the balance of power between Trump and the people who oppose him. You know, and I made a point of asking a number of people tonight and today who are voting for Prop 50 whether they're concerned about the idea of, you know, if the Republicans are undermining democratic norms in Texas by doing this sort of nakedly partisan gerrymandering, should California be stooping to that level? Should they be doing the same thing? And what people consistently told me, the Democrats at least, was, you know what, they are willing to fight fire with fire. They're eager for an opportunity to take the gloves off and meet the Republicans where they're at, Rachel.
And David, in terms of the sort of feeling while you're there, as you said, it's been a long line, not just tonight, but all day. There may have been expectations in terms of what the day of turnout was going to be like and what the proportion of vote would be cast by mail, and so how many people were going to be needing to use how many voting machines. But have people been frustrated, or are people have their spirits high, or have people been leaving because the line and the wait has been too long?
I haven't gotten any frustration, Rachel. All I've gotten actually is enthusiasm, again, from both sides. There was something interesting happening, by the way. We encountered more Republicans than I expected. And I think that has something to do with the fact that a lot of what they told me when I first approached them was, I only come vote in person on the day of the election. On the Republican side, there's a lot of kind of mistrust of mail-in voting, generally unfounded, but it's still there. So I think it'll be interesting to see how those numbers shake out in terms of what the day of election vote looks like. I'm very eager to see the turnout numbers generally, because it really is just based on what I'm seeing, what Jacob is seeing in Sacramento. It's likely to surpass the wildest expectations. And no, again, to answer your question, Rachel, people are they're here in these numbers because they feel very engaged in this. They feel that the stakes are very high. They feel that this isn't about just redistricting California. It's about the future of the nation and about the future of democracy. And so, generally speaking, no, what I'm encountering is enthusiasm, willingness to wait, and a feeling of satisfaction from participating in what feels like a very important civic duty in this very important historical moment, Rachel.
David, we're lucky to have you there covering it. David Noriega for us in Torrance, California, where voters have about 15 minutes left before polls closing. Nicole, I know you were, I think, very impressed by the length of the lines and what we've been getting in terms of reports about turnout in California. Those reports, not only just in terms of the lines, but the kind of vibes of people who are turning out to vote in California, it's really impressive.
So vibes plus the California Secretary of State's office about, I don't know how long we've been on the air. It feels like 11 hours. It's probably been 5. A third of the registered voters have voted. Now, we talk a lot about people, about candidates, about folks we've interviewed. We don't talk a lot about the idea. This is an idea. There's no person on the ballot. This is the idea of democracy in a non-battleground state. People go to California to raise money. They do not go and take their messages. They do not pay to run ads as candidates. This is a state that is not a swing state, that doesn't see candidates for national office unless they're there to raise money from usually fancy people, standing in line all day long for an idea that they were against the last time they contemplated this idea.
Right, yeah.
And this is affirmation that everyone that comes up to every one of us and says, what can we do? The complaint I get about our coverage is sometimes we're mad, we're not numb. They're so mad when we describe them as numb. No one that watches our network is numb. No one misunderstands the stakes of our elections, and no one is willing to do nothing. I mean, I guess that's a sign that I've been on TV for too many hours. People want to do something. Yep. And in California, they're standing in line for hours to vote for the idea of making elections fair. And I just think it's a stunning and remarkable story. I think we underestimate the American voters, Democrats and Republicans, at our own peril. Because I think what's happening in California is not just the story of the night, but the story of the times. What Trump has unleashed by lying about the economy, by betraying his voters on a promise to make the grocery cheaper while he stood in front of melting groceries at Bedminster, is this. He has unleashed an effort by Gavin Newsom, who to his credit, came out and made a joke. What Democrats usually do is say, read this op-ed in the New York Times. And he said, we're going to do more than what Democrats usually do. We're going to fight fire with fire. And when you hear people say they're standing in line at 8 o'clock at night or whatever time it is in California to fight fire with fire, that means that you can sell an idea, you can get people out in an off-term election, and you can still save democracy. And that may be a corny thing to be obsessed with tonight, but we spent all 4 o'clock with Jacob, who was online with these people. He is still there. They're online in Sacramento. It's amazing.
I mean, I don't think it's corny at all. And just to let viewers in one more step, Nicole has been hopped up on this all day.
I've been hopped up on this since he announced it. I mean, because to me, this is the bookend of the voting rights fight, which President Joe Biden did not pick as his first fight. He picked infrastructure. And all of the norms were to be held. They did not blow up the filibuster. And this is why this matters, because what they did to voting rights in our old party is they used a lie to suppress the vote. 48 states passed voter suppression laws predicated on the big lie that inspired the insurrection, and we all covered January 6th because of the violent, deadly insurrection it was. But what they did is even some of the Republican heroes in places like Georgia went ahead and passed voter suppression laws.
That they did.
And so this is about who gets to vote in America. And the fact that California is doing what they're doing, the fact that Gavin Newsom, who we all know has ambitions, put all of his brand and reputation and all his skin in the game to do something that was not a sure thing. Cal, it looks like this is going to pass by, but this was not a sure thing 2 weeks ago.
Right.
And the fact that...
I just want to join Nicole's excitement, though, and say it comes out of a background where a lot of people said, well, we want to do the right thing, so we want independent redistricting, we want to play fair. And that is laudable if you have fairness. It's kind of like if you're playing street basketball and you call your own fouls. If you're playing with anybody honorable, that works. You don't hire a ref for every street basketball game. But if people start playing dirty and fouling harder in a real game without getting violent, sometimes you say, I guess we're doing it that way, and you foul back. And this is a problem Democrats have had. And what you're describing is also, not to be too highfalutin, but it's a paradigm shift, because people who 10 years ago said, we want to be fair. We want to have independent commissions. We don't want to go back and forth in this cycle of gerrymandering. Great. And when it works, great. It is more fair.
Right.
But when you have the attacks, I won't repeat you, what Nicole just eloquently reminded.
You might need to. I'm not making any sense anymore.
What you ran through, and then you look up and say, what can you do legally within the rules? Because this is what we talked to Wes Moore about earlier tonight. What Newsom's doing is within the rules, taking it back to the voters and say, we're going to foul back and forth
and being
within the rules.
transparent about it, and people can understand it. And what David Noriega was saying about how people viscerally and instinctually and fully get it, there is no confusion about what is going on here, why it is happening, or what the implications of this vote will be. Just a reminder that voters are adults by definition. Voters are adults and can absorb a level of complexity that I think politicians and political parties and political consultants underestimate to their peril. We are going to have to take a quick break. We're going to come back because we think that we're going to get Zohran Mamdani's victory speech in New York City very shortly. We're going to take a quick break and be back with that right after this. Welcome back to our coverage of election night here at MSNBC, where it has been just a huge night for Democrats tonight. You're looking live at a shot of the election night headquarters in Brooklyn for New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani. We are expecting him to speak momentarily to give his victory speech.
As I'm looking at these returns come in, I think the scope of the victory for Democrats tonight is coming into focus. We're looking at 13-point margin in New Jersey, a 14-point margin in Virginia, all three statewide retention races, 2-1 in Pennsylvania, 2 statewide elected Democratic officials on the Utility Commission of Georgia, which is the first time a Democrat has won statewide for a non-federal office in Georgia since 2006. Maybe between 10 and 15 House delegate seats, right now looking about 13 in the Virginia Assembly. Mamdani winning with 50% of the vote. Everywhere you look, this is not like, oh, they won, they hit expectations. If you went into tonight with a scorecard, if you were ranking on 1 to 10, with 1 being like a kind of disaster in which the polls missed, and Virginia was super close, and Sherrill lost in New Jersey, and 10 was you blew it out of the water. Like, this is as good a night right now, speaking, that Democrats could have possibly, they have won everything.
Yeah.
They could have possibly hoped for at this point in the evening. And I think, again, as the numbers come in, you don't want to get you don't want to get ahead of the data, but like, we have the data in New Jersey and Virginia.
Yeah.
These are blowouts.
Let's actually, Ali Velshi, do you mind if we do the data? And just in terms of looking at the margin of victory in Virginia and New Jersey that Chris was just talking about.
Yeah, so it was no surprise. Everybody who's been watching you all week knows that the expectation was that Democrats would win in Virginia. But take a look at the margin, 95% in. So we're almost done here. 57, Abigail Spanberger versus Winsome Earl Sears at 42, okay? That's not... It's a good margin, but the polling sort of indicated that. Let's pull out for a second and take a look at the margin in New Jersey, because a lot of people went into this evening thinking that New Jersey, that Jack Ciattarelli might win. Look at the margin here.
Huge.
56 to 43. Yeah. It's a shellacking. And the pattern's the same. We went through all these various counties. The pattern is the same in that Mikie Sherrill outperformed not only what the Democratic presidential candidate did in 2024, but outperformed what the Democratic gubernatorial candidate did in 2021, which is exactly what happened in Virginia. That's the remarkable thing, because they were two different elections about two different things. The specific local issues in New Jersey are very different than they are in Virginia, which was always thought to be more about a referendum on Trump and the federal government and DOJ and cuts because of the number of federal workers who influence the economy in Virginia. New Jersey's got different issues, and yet the effect is the same. I will say the one particular thing that happened in both places, in the gubernatorial Republican candidate in Virginia would not distance herself from or criticize Trump. Here's the interesting thing about Jack Ciattarelli. When he ran in 2021, he did better. He's at 43.4% statewide right now. He's at 48% now. Again, people say maybe if he had distanced himself properly from Trump, this might have been different.
Maybe Donald Trump is politically toxic right now.
Well, Donald Trump has posted tonight that the reason Republicans lost is because he wasn't on the ballot. So apparently not only does he want to stay beyond 2028, he also wants to be on all the ballots for all the things.
So he is saying they lost. I mean, one last point about this that relates to California gerrymandering. If you want to spread out your voters to take more seats in these states, you are going to have some seats where you're +8. Okay? There's a Trump +8 seat. You take it down from a Trump +15 to a Trump +8. You say, we can spare those 7 points so we can win more seats. If you're looking at tonight, +8 is not so safe. Utah, the proposed gerrymandering they're going to do in Utah had one of those seats going a Trump +2. Now, if you're sitting looking at this map tonight and you're thinking to yourself, do I really want to run a +2 in Utah in a year from now? Do I really want a +7 rather than a +15, which is the bargain that is being offered me in the states that are doing this gerrymandering?
Hey, Chris, if I could just look on that point, because it's such an important point for my fellow Republicans to understand. Just because you draw the lines doesn't indicate how the voters
You don't tell them how to vote. Exactly. You don't get to do that.
How to vote. So even in the great state of Texas, you still have no idea how the voters are going to respond to their economies, to their health care, to all of those things. Republicans are not immune from the very things that Democrats have been warning is going to happen with these policies. They, too, are a part of this great American landscape like everyone else, and they're going to feel it. So the numbers do matter.
Former U.S. Senator Claire McCaskill from the great state of Missouri has been watching these results along with all of us. Claire, what do you think about what's happening tonight? Seems like a huge, huge night for the Dems.
It is a big, big night. And I wanted to look really at Passaic County in New Jersey was going to be one of my big bellwethers, and that's a county that's been traditionally a Democratic county, but Trump won it, and 43% of the voters are Hispanic. It looks like that Governor-elect Sherrill is going to win that county by 10 points when it's all said and done, at least 10 points. So you're seeing a shift back towards more traditional demographics for the Democratic Party, and you're seeing it all over the country, and it is a reaction to Trump. So here's the point I want to make. We all felt it when corporate leaders all started sucking up to Trump after the election. We watched as the country shifted, the leadership of the country shifted to try to cater to him, to grovel to him, to give him golden plaques and crowns, to give him money, to make his family rich. And I think tonight, the loudest signal that's being sent is to the law firms that bend the knee, to the corporate leaders, to the university presidents. And how about this one? To Republican members of Congress. You can grovel all you want, but in the long run, you're going to have more success if you stand up to this guy, because this tells you that the American people are paying attention. In everywhere from Maine, where they turned back to voter suppression law, to Georgia, where they elected Democrats statewide to a state